Manager's report, GM report.
Yeah.
Okay. Swallow the mic. How's that? Does that work?
Don't get there on the volume. It's not carrying.
Keep talking. Testing the.
Singing or something. Keep talking.
Okay. Keep talking. Level. No, still not working?
I hear the hum.
I'm hearing the hum now. And I can yell louder than this. How about now? Is that okay? Okay, we're going to have to yell into these things, I think, today. I don't know what. Okay, starting over. Agenda. Minutes from June 26th. President's remarks. General Manager's report, Bob Thompson. Highlights of the General Manager report will be a GM report, presentation from Chesapeake Eastern Shore Gas / Sandpiper, natural gas, quarterly financial performance review, proposed changes to trash pickup schedule, Clubs Committee report, Sharon O'Hare, Marine Activities Advisory Committee report, Dan Skwartowski, public comment, and we will have new business, a motion from me to approve a supplement to the memorandum of understanding between Ocean Pines Association and the OP Volunteer Fire Department. 2, motion to instruct General Manager to initiate sports court pool maintenance for Marty Clark. Motion to instruct General Manager to provide the Board of Directors the monthly controllers report by the 13th day of each month. Marty Clark. 4, a motion to accept the new board resolution MO4 candidate search process for Board of Elections for first consideration. Dave Stevens. Motion to approve 5, motion to approve the Section 600 sign regulation as proposed by the ARC. Dave Stevens. And 6, motion to direct General Manager regarding existing board decisions on CPI actions by Dave Stevens. There's 2 of those, which go into the detail then. 3 appointments to advisory committees, media questions, and then adjournment. Any changes or additions to the agenda?
Yes, Mr. President, there will be 4 appointments on your list. Add Judy Reed-Schneider to clubs. Sandy Reed-Schneider to clubs. Do you list?
Yes. All the signatures are here?
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you.
There's a correction on the agenda, 28 prior.
28, Briarcrest, not 76. Okay. Anything else? Motion to accept the agenda?
Motion to accept.
Second?
I'll second.
Approved. All those in favor? Aye. Minutes, June 26th, 3 o'clock, regular meeting.
I'd like to make a correction to the minutes, please.
Okay, which page? Where?
Second to the last page, under new business. The motion about the paying off the mortgage, when you take a look at the voting record, we had 2 in favor, Clark and Unger, 5 opposed. We have a typo in there. It should be Terry, Moore, Stanchersky, Stevens, and O'Hare. We have Moore there twice. Terry, you can't vote twice.
So Terry got to vote twice on that. Okay.
Overly enthusiastic.
I guess you were. Okay.
They tried. Voting early and often. Any other changes or adjustments? Yes, sir.
You know, we're going to talk about this later. I was handed this 8 pages of minutes 3 seconds ago. It was not in my package when you delivered it to my house Friday.
No, I told you the board package was going to be ready on Monday, and that's what.
And then we emailed, I just checked my package again 5 minutes ago. Everything was emailed to me Monday. I have never seen these minutes.
I have
I had it.
When did you get them?
Got it Monday.
Monday in the package.
Yeah.
I didn't get them Monday, ever. I've never gotten them until right now.
Go thank Dave.
Now,
Okay.
maybe I'm just being focused on, but guys, I didn't get them.
No, I guarantee you're not being focused on. We got it. So
So I don't know how you vote on 8 pages of minutes when you see them 3 seconds ago. not emailed.
Okay, so we will hold off voting on these minutes until the next regular board meeting, which will probably be September. Okay.
Excuse me, Tom, can we
Yes.
have them revise them with that one correction?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Okay. President's remarks. Since we have such a long agenda today, I'm going to forego any comments I might make at this point, and I will turn to Bob Thompson for the GM report.
Thank you. I'm going to ask the Sandpiper folks to step up and give their presentation before I do my GM report, if that's all right. It's supposed to be incorporated in, but since they're here and ready to go, with your permission, I'd like to do that.
Sure. Fine.
All right, introductions, and Jeff, I'll let you introduce your team, but Jeffrey Theobald with Sandpiper, I think actually Chesapeake that's now Sandpiper, right? So, Jeff is going to give us an update. There's been a lot with the ESG Chesapeake acquisition, the new Sandpiper. A lot of questions have come up, so they've gone down and had a meeting recently at the county and gave a presentation. So I called and asked if they'd come give us one as well, since obviously our community has a significant impact. So he's got a PowerPoint presentation answering patient questions from you. Okay?
You want questions while you're talking or after? It's up to you.
It doesn't matter, whatever is the pleasure of
Fair enough.
the board.
Can I clarify, the questions are to come from the board only or from those in the audience?
Board. It's a
Yeah,
board-
that would
it's a
be-
board.
Board only, okay, just wanted to be sure that was clear, okay.
Okay. Sure. Everybody? Is this thing working? Hello? Hello? I don't know if this thing's working, Bob.
Just to talk to these guys. I'm actually
Okay, can everybody hear me okay?
They can.
If I just talk like this? Okay. I wanted to thank everybody for giving us the opportunity to be here today. I know you have a full agenda, so I'll try to just go through the PowerPoint presentation that we prepared fairly quickly. And then we can try to answer any questions along the way that you have, and I'll certainly be glad to do that. But first, let me take a minute just to introduce a couple members of our team that are with me today. First, Daryl Wilson is our Director of Marketing and Communications with Chesapeake. And I think many of you are already familiar with Steve Ashcraft, the former General Manager of Eastern Shore, who it's our pleasure to have him as a part of our team now. And he'll be certainly very interactive in working with everybody in Worcester County, including the Ocean Pines folks, going forward.
Welcome, gentlemen.
The agenda that we kind of put together real quick is, just want to give you a brief overview of who Chesapeake is, and we'll spend a lot of time there. There's a couple slides that I did want to focus on just in terms of how we got to where we are today and some of the issues that we're dealing with transitioning from Eastern Shore Gas to Sandpiper Energy over 2013 and what you can expect from us over the course of the next probably 6, 9, 12 months, just at a high level. This presentation is a little tailored after the one that we did for Worcester County but last month, the Worcester County Commissioners, and so we've updated a little bit since then. But, Chesapeake Utilities is a diversified energy company that's engaged in many forms of energy business, both on the natural gas and the propane side. We're pretty much located on the Delmarva Peninsula, but we do have operations in Florida as well. We're headquartered in Dover, Delaware. We have significant transmission and distribution facilities across the Delmarva Peninsula, both in Delaware and on the Eastern Shore of Maryland. We've operated a natural gas distribution facility in Wycomico County and Cambridge for nearly 50 years in operation. We formed a new subsidiary called Sandpiper Energy when we acquired the assets of Eastern Shore Gas to provide propane and natural gas service to the residents in Worcester County and specifically Ocean Pines. Pretty much our footprint, there's basically two slides there. The one shows the Eastern Shore Natural Gas Transmission Pipeline, which is on the left, which actually brings natural gas down into Worcester County, pretty much along Route 113 to through Millsboro, Dagsboro, Frankfort, Selbyville, and then in through Bishop, Shaw, and right now it terminates in Berlin. And then, so that's our interstate pipeline system, which is called Eastern Shore Natural Gas Transmission, not to be confused with the prior Eastern Shore Gas. And then on the right is our distribution facilities in our locations in Delaware, Maryland, and thanks, Bob, I think he's actually passing out, we had made copies for all of the directors of the actual presentation that you have before you, so you can have it and read it going forward. It also includes our brochure on Sandpiper Energy. So that's why I'm not going to hit every slide, but want to hit the highlights to give you a feel for where we are today. But in Delaware, we serve about 43,000 customers, natural gas customers in Delaware, pretty much in lower Newcastle County, Kent County, and Sussex. And we serve about 12,000 customers in our Maryland division operation, which you can see encompasses Wycomico and Dorchester and a part of Caroline County. And now with this recent acquisition, we'll be moving into Worcester County as well.
Just to clarify something so that everybody, I think I'm on the right page here. This is what exists today.
That's correct.
This is not the plan for the future. This is what.
This is our service territories that exist today. Correct.
Thank you.
It does, the Worcester County is not actually highlighted in the yellow color. It will be by the time we go to the next presentation. This was actually out of our annual report in 2012, so we'll be, yes, that'll actually go into the yellow this year.
Okay.
Can everybody hear me okay? Yes. Thank you. A couple things on our overall objectives. I won't spend too much time here, but obviously, we want to be able to provide a good quality service to the communities that we serve. We want to be able to increase their energy options through the direct use of natural gas. We want to be able to maintain a reliable system, a safe system, and we've been able to do that over the years. Most of our, I'd say, our delivery sort of issues come from contractor damages out there when contractors are out and inadvertently hit our lines. Otherwise, we're approaching pretty much 100% reliability on our service. And we also want to be able to provide the highest levels of customer service that we possibly can. And we're working through several different transition issues right now as we move from prior Eastern Shore Gas to Sandpiper Energy, which is essentially moving from an unregulated environment to a regulated environment under PSC jurisdiction. I just want to take a couple minutes here on the process, the regulatory process that we went through really over the last 12 months. I think you can go all the way back to September of last year when we filed an application with the Maryland Public Service Commission to actually get approval to acquire the assets of Eastern Shore Gas. We actually signed the agreement with Eastern Shore in June of last year. And knowing that natural gas is a regulated product under Maryland Public Service Commission rules, and the fact that propane and Eastern Shore Gas was not regulated by their jurisdiction, we had to try to find a way to create a framework of moving from an unregulated environment to a totally regulated environment, realize that we were going to be dealing with different fuel sources. So that was really the first challenge that we had to try to deal with in terms of how we were going to proceed with integrating Eastern Shore Gas's operations into Chesapeake's operations. And so we went through a regulatory process where essentially we submitted a tariff, we submitted rates, we submitted pricing terms, all the terms and conditions of how we were going to go about service. And over that whole process the last year, that's what we've been doing, that's what we were doing, to the point where we reached an agreement with all the parties. The Public Service Commission essentially approved it in May of 2013. They did a couple different things in that approval process. They gave us the ability to acquire the operating assets, which I think is important from the perspective of, we didn't buy all of, Eastern Shore Gas was a part of a bigger organization. We bought the assets in Worcester County. We didn't buy any of the other assets that Clearfield held. So we had to try to take the assets and integrate them into our operation. And that's really what we're trying to do today. They also gave us the ability to transfer all the franchises that Eastern Shore Gas had to Chesapeake, or essentially Sandpiper Energy in that process, because that was a regulation and a rule that we needed to meet. And then we also have a tariff, which basically indicates what all of our pricing terms are, all the rate schedules that we have, what all the services are. And anytime we want to change any of those, we'll have to file with the Maryland Public Service Commission to get that done. So if we want to change rates or change prices along that, we'll have to make applications before the Maryland Public Service Commission to have them review and approve. We officially closed on the transaction May 31st, so we actually started operating it. One day they owned it, the next day we owned it. So we're still today working through several different transition issues relative to that. We'll talk about a few of those. Essentially, the pricing and regulatory framework that we have is today, or if you go back even 3 months, Eastern Shore Gas was not regulated from a price perspective. They were for safety and things along those lines, but from a pure price, what you were being charged, they were not regulated. They could change their rates on any given day, any given month, however they wanted to do that. When we got our rates approved, and we asked to be regulated and approved because we knew that once you start introducing natural gas into the system, it's a regulated service. We're totally regulated in Delaware. We're totally regulated in our Maryland operation. Natural gas as a utility is under jurisdiction of all the regulatory bodies in Delaware and Maryland. So we asked for the rates to be regulated because we knew going in that we were going to have to deal with how are you going to convert people from propane to natural gas, and the timing of how you're going to do that. So what?
Question.
Yes, sir.
I'm reading this as first time. That's it. The propane, for those who choose to stay on propane, however that works out, is that still going to be an unregulated price if you provide it, or how's that going to work?
That's exactly, on a couple of slides, I want to talk a little bit about the framework of how we went about it, because I think, and really, Mr. President, that is actually one of the most critical things that we had to decide how to go about this process, and so I am going to talk a little bit about that. Essentially, what we did is, when we went into the Maryland Public Service Commission, we knew that we were going to, as Mr. President said, we're going to have to deal with how we're going to either propane or natural gas. So what we said is, look, we devised a rate structure that essentially said, whether you're on natural gas or on propane, what we were going to do is essentially blend the rates together so that everybody pays the same price. And the reason why we did that is because we didn't want to be in a situation or put customers in a situation whereby, okay, well, where are you going to start putting natural gas first? In the county or within Ocean Pines? And we didn't want the first couple customers to benefit from a pure natural gas pricing perspective, and somebody in Ocean Pines that may be, let's say, on the southern end might not get it for 2 years. And so what we tried to accomplish was by saying, look, as we introduce natural gas into the system, we want everybody on the Eastern Shore system to be able to benefit from that. So the more natural gas that we introduce into the system, whether you convert in Ocean Pines or whether somebody converts in West Ocean City or Berlin, you're going to pay the same price as that other individual. But the more natural gas that gets introduced into the system, prices will come down for everybody. And when we started with essentially $1 million, what I call rate reduction or rate decrease over Eastern Shore Gas's prior rates when we first went into the situation. And so every year going forward, the more natural gas, once we start introducing it into the system, the rates should continue to decline where Eastern Shore Gas's rates have been for the last 12 months. So there was a little bit of a concept and a challenge that we had to work with the Maryland Public Service Commission on, because it is a fairly unique structure that we had to put in place. And I think the reason why we did that is so we weren't in positions where consumers were saying, well, how come natural gas isn't coming down my street versus this street over here, or Berlin versus Ocean Pines, or Berlin versus Snow Hill, or any of those type of comparisons about how we're going to get it. But so wherever we start and wherever we get the process going, you as consumers will benefit the more natural gas is pumped into the system, whether it goes into Ocean Pines or whether it goes into Berlin or it goes into Snow Hill. So that's the way we structured it. So the answer to the question is whether you're on propane, if you're a natural gas customer, let's say in 6 months, and you're a propane customer 2 years from now, you're still going to be paying the same price as everybody else is. But it'll go down for everybody because the more natural gas we introduce into the system, the lower the price will be. Yes.
I probably misheard, but I thought you said that it would begin to decline down to where the Eastern Shore gas normally was.
I'm sorry, I may have misspoke if I said, Eastern Shore, our rates should continue to decline from where they were previously under Eastern Shore gas. We put in $1 million reduction from where they were in the last 12 months overall to the community. It should continue to decline. There may be some peaks and valleys in there along the way, but overall, on an annual basis, the more natural gas we put into the system, the lower the prices should continue to be year to year. Sorry.
Question?
No, sir.
What are the options for?
I'm sorry. If we get into everybody asking questions.
Oh, he was asked whether he would take questions last week. He would. He said yes.
The answer was
I mean,
no.
It's a board.
Whatever your pleasure is. So essentially, we've built rate schedules for residential will be on a rate schedule, and commercial customers will pay different rates. But essentially, you will pay the same in those categories whether you're on natural gas or propane. And by doing this, the top part is everybody's going to share in the savings. Now, along with that, what we constructed too was, as we convert the system, those costs will then be rolled in to everybody.
While we're working on the microphone, let me ask you a question about this slide. As you can probably guess, I'm jumping ahead on it.
Okay.
It looks like on the last bullet here that you're looking at a no later than December 1st, 2015 date by which you would reapply to reset the rates.
Yes, that's correct.
So conceivably, it could be 2016 before the rates that are currently being utilized would be adjusted.
Well, there's two different rates that we charge. One is for the delivery service rates for actually distributing and putting the fuel into your home. That's the cost of the mains, the service lines, the meters. There's another piece that we charge that's related to the fuel itself, the commodity. So the rates that we will go in December 1st, 2015 to try to deal with is the delivery service rates. The gas cost or the fuel rate will change actually quarterly over the course of the next couple of years. And as we introduce more natural gas into the system.
I got that concept, but when I saw this date now, I
Right.
understand.
The 2015 date, Mr. President, will basically deal with the delivery service side of us providing the service, not the actual fuel itself.
Any other questions at this point? Sorry, I come from a utility background.
No, that's totally fine. I appreciate that. But we wanted to make sure that we stressed that as we're giving everybody those savings, because everybody's going to benefit from the fuel savings that are going to come down, we're also going to have everybody share in the conversion cost of the system, including inside the home conversion cost. And we'll be able to do that, and that $1 million savings that I discussed earlier actually will encompass those. So we'll be able to provide savings to the communities overall by, even though everyone's going to share in the cost of conversion, because everyone's going to share in the cost of the fuel.
Can I get a clarification on that? I'm sorry, this is not my expertise, like some of the other people. So if I have a existing propane gas equipment, fireplace, whatever in my house, and it needs to be converted to natural gas, the cost of having conversion is paid by whom?
The cost of converting it, in that example, the cost of converting that will not be paid individually by you as a consumer. What we're going to do is we're going to go in to every house, we're going to do an assessment, we're going to give you a whole program that says this is what could be converted, this could not be converted, needs to be replaced, and then we'll pay those costs, and then those costs are going to be spread out amongst all of the customers across Worcester County.
So in essence, we will not be paying a separate conversion fee when
Correct.
our equipment gets hooked up.
Correct. You will not, those will be built into the rates being paid by everybody.
Okay.
Because you as a consumer since for example, if you convert to natural gas and somebody three streets down who's still on propane is getting the benefit of the reduced fuel, they also should help pay for the cost of the conversion. So, but we're going to be able to do that and provide everybody savings. But you as a consumer, we will not say, okay, your cost of conversion, you have to convert a water heater and a furnace. It's good. The estimate's $1,000 for you. You will not pay that $1,000 yourself out of pocket directly. That'll roll into a pool cost to be collected from everybody.
Is it your people that do this conversion?
Yes.
Okay. So
Well, it's our people. Chesapeake personnel will be coming in and doing the assessments of determining what needs to be converted, what needs to be replaced, and then we were going to be working with various contractors throughout the county to actually make the physical conversion happen.
now this is really a stupid question, okay? If there's propane going down the lines now, we have meters on our homes with propane going down there. How do you stop the propane and put the natural gas in there?
Actually, that's-
If I am hooked up and he's not, and we're next door to
Actually,
each other.
that's a very good question.
I don't get
Um,
it, so.
Because one of the things, and our team will tell you, that's one of the things that we're going through the process right now of how are we going, there, Eastern Shore system is all supplied by, basically propane tanks in 2 different locations. And so we're evaluating their system right now in terms of how we're actually going to be able to cut off parts of their system while we bring natural gas into the system. And so what you'll be doing is essentially you'll be having to cut off the propane line, and you'll essentially have to probably set a temporary tank, and then while we introduce natural gas into the system, but that we're still working through some of those processes. We're hoping that we may be able to get people converted within a day. We're not going to do any more than we can possibly try to handle in a period of time, but you cannot run them both through the same line at the same time.
What I wondered.
So but in order to do that, what we're actually going to have to do, which is going to require a very extensive communication effort on our part, is to be when we go out and make the assessments of these individual homes, we're also going to have to sit down with the communities and the streets that we're going to convert first, and actually, have to have everything lined up, and so customers will be very involved with the process because we're going to have to be able to get in your house. Everything. So if we do a street of 10 people, we're going to have to do all 10 at one time. And so it's going to take a very coordinated effort for us to be able to do that. That's why we're trying to put some of these plans in place right now. But you're absolutely right in that you will have to cut off part of the system so that everybody else can still be fed while we introduce natural gas separately.
Are all of our appliances covered under this? For example, fireplaces, gas grills outside, is all that covered?
That's another good
Okay.
question. The thing that we are authorized under Maryland Public Service Commission rules got approved to essentially help, the cost that we can collect from everybody will be things for inside the house. Things that they consider to be essential, water heaters, furnaces, things along those lines. Outside of the house, the consumer would have to pay for those things directly.
Okay.
So like swimming pools, things along those lines. Yes.
Let's keep going on the issue of conversion, because it's your concept of a pool and a cost pool that evens the cost out for everyone works very well for everyone who's currently hooked up to Eastern Shore Gas's distribution system at this point in time. However, Ocean Pines is one of those communities where there's a significant part of this community that's not hooked up
Okay,
to gas lines and gas distribution.
okay.
So this comes into a kind of a two-part question. You're going to have to build, if you're going to hook up the entire community, you're going to have to make some significant capital investments to build new gas lines to service the people who don't have that service now.
If they elect to have the service.
Well, that's an interesting, how do they, if you don't sell an entire street or block.
Well, if somebody is not on Eastern Shore Gas system today, they're not going to be required to sign up or be a part of this. We will convert the customers that are there on Eastern Shore
But
Gas
that's
system.
not my point is, that there are people in Ocean Pines who would very much like to get off
Okay.
propane as a fuel, who are not connected to any distribution system at this point in time.
Okay.
Have you considered that, and do you have a plan beginning to go into place to deal with that issue?
If they want to get off of a tank and come on to the system and when we're introducing natural gas into it, we will do that, and they'll pay the same rates as everybody else.
But you're going to have to build the pipeline to make it happen.
Well, yes, you would have to probably tap the line that's out in the street, and run a service line
There
up to
is
the
no
house.
line.
Let me help out here a second. You're missing the point. Let me help. The parts of Ocean Pines have no underground gas lines,
Okay,
okay? So there is no existing network to hook up to.
okay, so then
You
we'll
now have
have,
a brand-new customer.
so we'll do, then, under that scenario, if they're not intermingled in the system itself, if it's totally outside the system, then we will, under Maryland Public Service Commission rules, we will run an economic analysis that basically, as you said, whatever capital investment we have to put in to serve these new areas, it will have to meet a certain economic test for us to be able to extend service in there, under Maryland Public Service Commission rules, but it will be based on the rates that everybody else is paying.
So
Because otherwise, if it wasn't that way, those customers would have the same, I guess, competitive resources as anybody else on the system. Because if you're on the system today, you don't have to take, the natural gas conversion if you don't want to. You could elect to put in a tank or go to a different supplier if you wanted to. We can't force anybody to
I understand that. I just,
Well, we
when you had said, I was very impressed with the idea of creating a conversion pool and spreading those costs equally amongst everyone.
under this scenario, those new customers would be part of that.
They would,
Yes.
if it's economically feasible.
Yes, because the prices that we're charging will be less than the competitive alternatives. And so that's how we're evaluating that service. If they're new, everyone's going to pay the same rates. We're not going to designate whether you're new or existing in terms of who's paying what rate.
And that's obviously going to be the longest term portion of this conversion as far as you're concerned. In other words, that'll be the last thing that really starts to happen.
Most likely, yes. Depending on where they're located, where we're putting in the natural gas lines, if we're running a natural gas line down Racetrack Road, which is probably how we'll wind up coming into Ocean Pines on the north side, if somebody wants to, hook up to that line on Racetrack Road, we'll run an economic analysis and we'll decide whether or not we can hook them up at that time while we're doing everybody else. So there'll be, people will have the ability to do that.
Okay, at some point in the future, and I appreciate all the information.
If I may.
I'll come to you. I'm going to just suggest that once you have a map of where the lines are,
Yes.
all that public session, you can
Yep.
go through some of that with
Yep.
everybody. Dave, go ahead.
Yep.
You said earlier, and maybe I misheard it again, but in terms of conversion will be common, and you also mentioned and/or replacement. Does that mean if you have a appliance that cannot be converted, it will be replaced, and it will be replaced as part of this common pool?
The rule or what was approved by the Maryland Public Service Commission in terms of replacements is this. If you have an appliance that can be converted, we're going to develop a standard amount of what that conversion amount is that we'll give you for that conversion. If you want to replace it, and let's say you have a 80% efficient furnace, and it's going to cost you $250 to convert it. I'm just using numbers for them. And you want to get a replacement to a 93 efficient furnace, but that's going to cost you $750. Then you'll be able to run the 250 through the conversion pool. The 500 will come out of the individual consumer's pocket if they choose to make the upgrade or replacement themselves.
Suppose it's not a matter of choice. I mean, suppose you simply can't convert and you have to replace.
Then we will give you the credit for the conversion. But we're still working through some of those specific
So those
issues.
people would be basically stuck for the rest.
Well, those are a couple of issues we're still trying to work through in terms of what the dollar amounts would look like. But that is actually a good thing.
Okay, one other question. You're talking about, making arrangements, coming into people's homes and everything like that. You know that a very significant number of homes in Ocean Pines bordering on 50% are not occupied. They don't, people live elsewhere. And even of those that are, there's a very significant number that aren't available during the wintertime. They're snowbirds. And you realize the difficulty in
Yes, sir, we do. I think we understand that that's going to be one of our other unique challenges that we're going to have to figure out what to deal with, because that actually becomes important is the timing of when we try to do some of these conversions in Ocean Pines, whether it's summer, fall, spring, winter. But you are absolutely right, and get back to the point that was made earlier, is that the effort getting the propane in the line versus the natural gas in the line, we're going to have to be able to, if we're doing a street of 10 homes, we're going to have to be able to access those 10 homes. Otherwise, we'll have to set a tank temporarily until we can work it out. But that's where the whole coordination comes in. Yes, we understand that that is going to be one of the challenges that we're going to have to deal with, but that's going to be a big communication part on our end.
Marty?
I think I'm asking the same question as Dave, but I don't think I got the answer. But if somebody has an appliance that cannot be converted, there's a significant amount of propane-driven heating systems in Ocean Pines that can't be converted to natural gas. Are you guys going to give us a check for $250 to convert the new $6,000 furnace, or are you going to replace the furnace?
I think we're still looking at what the standard dollar amount would be for something of that scenario. I don't think it would be the difference between $250 and $6,000. But we're still trying to work. Once we get into some of these homes and we can make the assessments and get a little bit better feel for exactly what we're dealing with in terms of that, then we'll be able to develop a more formalized program around that. But to get back to the point that the President made was that we will be out, and one of the things in our presentation is that we will be coming back out once we have the plans for a specific area, specific street, to meet with either those members on that street, a section of Ocean Pines. So we intend to have our team out in the community fairly often as we start working through that process. But we don't really see this process beginning really full-fledged in that probably till the end of this year or the beginning part of next year. Because what we're focusing on right now is we have to be able to connect in certain portions right now the Eastern Shore Natural Gas Transmission line, which runs into Worcester County. We have to connect that line to certain lines on Eastern Shore Gas's current distribution system in Berlin and then also in Ocean Pines. So right now we're working on permitting and design of getting those natural, what I'll call connector lines, for lack of a better word, on the distribution side to be able to start getting natural gas into the system. And so we're working on that right now as one of our items to be able to start doing that. But that's does not happen overnight. There's a lot of design, permitting, things that we'll have to do. But we're going to be starting most likely in the Berlin area. That's probably where you'll see the first real construction on the distribution side in terms of a connection point. But again, the faster that we get natural gas into the system and the more natural gas we get into the system, even if it's in Berlin, will benefit the residents in Ocean Pines. I'm kind of jumping around here. We think that, in all likelihood, the areas we are going to focus on first will obviously be Ocean Pines, Berlin, and West Ocean City. But that process we think is going to take us 4 to 6 years to convert all of that part of the main line, which is, we think we can do that. That's what we're targeting. And as we're doing that, we're also going to be evaluating and providing service longer term to Ocean City, Snow Hill, and Pocomoke. But again, those customers are going to benefit from the fact of natural gas going into the system as well. And so because of that, we felt like our best approach was to try to let everybody in Worcester County benefit from natural gas coming into the system, as opposed to isolating it between, Ocean Pines or Berlin or Snow Hill. And so that's what we've tried to accomplish by that regulatory structure.
May I ask, I see it's a 4 to 6 year period of time. That's a long time from now, and people will need to be replacing utility of appliances. Say, I need a new stove. What should I, as a consumer, know or do about replacements that have to occur before you're ready to?
Well, I think the best thing, when we start getting into every home and looking at the different assessments, what would happen in that regard is we probably would, if customers have those type of questions, we'll have them reach out to our salespeople, reach out to our team to get an indication of, okay, in our 1 to 2 year planning horizon, we think that, we're going to be able to get there with natural gas, or we're not going to be able to get there for 3 years. So we would just probably say if customers have those type of things to give us a call, and we might say, look, we're not going to be able to get to that area for 5 years. So, you might be better off just changing it out. As long as the best thing is even if you put it on propane to make sure it can be converted. That would be the best piece of advice I think I could.
Is there a
give to those
public
customers.
service person in Steve's office or somebody that people could talk to if they have a specific question? I mean, who do they
Well-
talk to?
That's most likely the individuals that they'll be talking to are going to be our conversion team members or probably our sales team. But one of the things that we're going to do once we come out with community meetings, we'll be giving individual customers those contacts.
Okay.
But right now, the best thing that they can do is if they have a question, they can call into our customer service numbers and they'll get them to the right people that they can talk to. But we expect that when we come out to start talking to the communities in a little bit more detail about their specific plans, we will have cards and individual people that they can actually talk to about their own unique situation. And they're going to get that opportunity because when we start doing this, we're going to be in every home along the way because we can't convert it unless we do an assessment of that house. And so those consumers are going to get a one-on-one interaction with our group initially just to do an assessment. What do you have there? What type of piping do you have? What do your appliances look like? So they'll have a chance to initially engage in that interaction before anything even happens.
We appreciate you making the presentation to the board today as an overview, but I'm going to repeat my suggestion that according to schedules of this room, I'm sure we could find a way of helping sponsoring a public session where you can sit up here and take questions and not in the middle of our board meeting. There's a lot of questions out there I'm sure people have.
And I can assure the board and I can assure all the members of the public that are here today that we will be coming out and doing what we're going to refer to as town hall style meetings or community style meetings. And we'll have to figure out, we're not going to invite probably all of Ocean Pines at one time, but we might have to try to section it off into those areas we may be looking at doing first. But we're going to start that process in the next couple of months. Right now, we're trying to focus on integrating Eastern Shore's operations into ours, working through some of our plans, and then we're going to be out talking to everybody. I've only got a couple more things. I mean, most of the questions that are being asked are pretty right on point because I've addressed a lot of things that are in here. But let me just mention a couple things of this year that we're doing really in the first 90 days and what we're doing through the rest of the year. Right now, as I said, we're integrating Eastern Shore's operations into ours. We did go through a process of all employee introductions and orientation of all the former Eastern Shore Gas employees who are now members of the Chesapeake team. We are in a process we're trying to figure out exactly going forward some of our communication vehicles and our communication efforts will increase as we get through this transition period. We should be within the next, I'd say, week to 2 weeks issuing what we call a customer guide, which is something that we do in our Maryland operation and our Delaware operation, which is a requirement of the PSC once a year, usually in October. But because of the transition, we're going to do it earlier on the Eastern Shore gas system. We're going to do it in the next probably 1 to 2 weeks. It'll be a direct mail, and so everybody should be getting that. It basically will explain how our rates operate, what the services are, payment locations, all those different things. It's not an overly thick booklet, but you should be getting that in the mail in the next couple weeks. And then the biggest thing that our website is up and running. We're going to enhance that as we move along. We'll have a lot of these FAQs that we're trying to develop for a lot of these questions that you may have. We're going to try to put them out there on our website to give you some idea of what may be in store. And then, lot of what we've been focusing on in the last couple of weeks is really converting the customers off of Eastern Shore's prior system onto our billing system. Because as part of the asset acquisition, we didn't acquire billing systems and things along those lines. We just bought their operating assets. So in the last 2 weeks, we've had to do a mass conversion of all their customers from their system into our system. And so we've been able to accomplish that by the middle of June. And you'll start seeing more communications from us as we roll this process forward. And as I mentioned, one of the biggest things we're trying to do right now is design and permit the natural gas connectors in the next couple months. But
Excuse me, you mentioned your conversion to your billing system. The reason I was interrupting you is that, I don't know about the rest of the directors here, but I've certainly gotten several phone calls on that issue because Eastern Shore Gas offered an annual billing plan, which was not built into your billing system at the outset. Have you found a way to resolve that and keep these people out of the courthouse?
yeah, let me address that in 2 places. One, we should have done a better job of communicating that issue out of the gate. We did have a transitional issue there about moving from their current system and their current plan to our system and our plan, because their plan's a 12-month plan, ours is a 9-month plan. But what ended up happening there was balances that were due. We tried to collect them because on our system, we like to try to collect them before we actually start the next budget cycle. But once we got to the early part of July, we realized the concerns that were being raised by not only the customers in Ocean Pines, but other customers outside. And what we did is we were giving, and we still have the ability to do this, is we're allowing customers to pay off any outstanding balance instead of over the 3 months. We're going to allow them to pay that off over the course of the following 9 months. So basically, they'll have a year to pay it off if they so choose to. That was a transitional issue on our end that, like I said, we could have done a better job of, or should have done, not could have, we should have done a better job of communicating that at the outset.
So we're very clear here, because like Dan and Sharon, I'm sure everybody up here, my phone went off the wall when you guys arrived.
Well,
What do they need to do in order to facilitate their concerns? Because some of these folks were hit with a rather substantial amount of money they weren't going to
you're just talking about budget billing, right?
Yeah.
If they have a concern, if they still have a concern, let's just say that those customers agree to pay it over the 3 months. If they have a concern, then what I would have them do is call back into our office, and we will allow them to pay that over the upcoming budget cycle of our 9 months going forward. So essentially, they would have 3 months plus 9. They would essentially have a year to pay off the balance if you're still getting those issues.
I had a tag question to that billing cycle. When we got our bills, it was past due 2 days later. So I don't know how you are structured, but normally there's a 2-week period, but from receipt of bill to when it's due date.
I think part of that issue there too was when we went from their billing system to our billing system, it took us probably almost 2 weeks, I think, to start getting everything converted. So actually, the meter reading cycles were a little bit longer in this first bill. And so the bills went out a little bit, I'd say, later than they otherwise would once we get through this first month. But our bills are usually like 10 days, shouldn't be 2 days. It's usually like 10 days after, but we don't charge late fees.
So in other words, when we receive the bill, we should
It's about 2
approximately a 2-week period of
Yeah.
payment. Thank you, that's all I'm asking, because again, these people were very irate about this.
And I think the reason why part of that happened was just the timing of when.
And there was an
we had to
additional
get them.
charge if they paid it online, is that correct?
Well, we offer a credit card option. If you want to pay by credit card, then there is a fee associated with that.
But you do not have a website to go to pay directly to your company. A lot of people pay their bills online.
Yes, you would have, there's a third-party provider.
It's a third party,
that would
okay.
do that, yes.
All right.
Any other questions? Okay, just let me, just for the board's sake, so we understand, as you know, we have signed an extension, a 6-month extension. I have a list now of 4 legal counsels that we will be looking at, and I have asked Dan Statursky, who will be carrying over after the election to be a part of a three-person team at this point to begin the negotiations for what happens after the extension. So Dan and myself and Bob will begin that process of working through the extension. And a lot of these questions about there's no pipeline on the ground, franchise coverage, all of that, we've got to work through those issues. And I'm sure you're not prepared to answer those, neither am I right now.
Right.
And I want the board to be aware that we do have at least four that we're going to be interviewing. We cannot use our normal counsel because of his relationship with Chesapeake. Mike,
We really have like 3.5 months, not 6.
yeah.
We've already burned through
Yeah,
2.5.
Yeah. Well, we're on top of it. We've got it covered. Anything else? Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I'm going to take a 5-minute break. You guys are going to kill me for this, but that's okay. You're still here. We're going to take a 5-minute break, and 5 to 10. Anybody who's got a real quick question for these guys, please go ahead and do it. We've got to move on with our meeting, but I want to at least give a chance for questions to be asked of you three before you hit the exit. Okay, so let's take 5 to 10 minutes. We'll reconvene with Bob starting in about 10 minutes. Thank you.
They're going to get going here.
Okay, let's get restarted. Seems like trying to gather kids in a sandbox. Okay, Robert, let's go.
All right. Really? Holy smokes. You saw that, right? Okay.
There you go.
We'll let it go. You saw it come back on, right?
When you stand up to talk.
I tell you something. All right, I'm going to go through my GM report. Sorry the microphones aren't working, but you all can hear me, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
I guess we're in session.
All right, what we're going to do is we're going to start with the numbers. They turned the lights out, but they came back on. We're going to try it one more time. Sorry about that.
We're having all kinds of issues with the sound system today, folks. The hand mic is now not working very well either, so we just have to get through it and try to listen as close as we can.
With the understanding. Look, I'm done with technology today, okay? I'm going to talk loud. My meeting's for the board. I'm sorry if you can't hear me. Okay. Let's start with the numbers first. One of the things we talk about on the financials is the three-legged stool that we talk about all the time, how it impacts us from a budgetary. I'm going to try to make it bigger for everybody. Is that better? Yeah. I tried twice. It won't hold it for me. So we're going to get, there you go. All right, as close as I can get. All right. What I'm going to do is talk about the 2012-13 results. They're unaudited results. We're close to having the audited numbers supplied to us. Our numbers are going to be pretty close, though, since Art's been working closely with the auditors wrapping up the year. If you read across the top line, and what I did was I changed this slide and the next one from the red color, because everyone said the red was very, very hard to see. So you'll notice a change on the sides. The brackets indicate the negative, okay? You're welcome. So I did that just, it's easier to see. Hopefully on the slide presentation it's easier, and hopefully folks in the audience can see it a little bit better. Going across the top are the operating results. We're from the budget number, we're $391,000 in the red or for the operating results. I'm going to break those down a little differently on the next slide. The capital additions, 57,000 in the red. Item 2, other transfers, 6,900 in the black. We know our sports core loan is, we're within $6. So the bottom line to the association for the operational side of the house is 441,806. I think that number is going to hold. We've been reporting these numbers around 410 for the last 2 quarters. I mean, we knew that was our run rate. Some of the variance right now, where it's within 15 to 20 grand difference. At the end of the year, you do all of your auditing of how many bottles of booze you have in the cabinet, how much material you have at Public Works, how much, all the different components actually get added up, and then that's plus or minus at the bottom line. So that's where you have a little bit of a variance there. The 2 items that make up the capital additions, I want to point out, of the 57 that's in the red, we did build a dog park, makes up 31,949 of that 57 overage. However, keep in mind, the 15,000 that the community raised that goes against that number actually gets put into the operational side purely from the accounting side of the house. The other is we had some police grants for some police equipment. So it shows there in the negative, but we actually received the monies for those. They're the primary areas I want to show you there, getting us to the 441. There always seems to be confusion because I always present the numbers for the operational side. That's everything we're doing day to day, but we also have to make sure we include the capital, especially when we're doing the year end. So that's the 3-legged stool. And I think I saw Mr. Gonsack around. There you go, 3-legged stool, okay? New capital items, so don't beat me to death. I didn't use that term. All right, go to the newer version. I'm trying. Different version. You all have it in your. All right, well, it's not going to work. All right, for that particular slide, there it is. All right. All right, for this slide, this breaks down the numbers. This is the report that I usually give you each month. What I did was use the numbers for the year end, okay? And that's what this calculation shows you. From the administrative side of the house, the top 4, administration, public works, public safety, and rec, we're all in the black. You get to aquatics, golf, beach club, and yacht club, they're in the red, hence the brackets. Some things I wanted to point out on there. Admin, wages, legal fees were low, below what was budgeted, and service charges were slightly higher, hence the positive variance in that particular line item. Public Works, we had wages and legal. Those 2 items were below the budgeted number. Again, big part of the positive variance there. Public Safety, we have 30,000 there. If you remember, I spoke about it a few minutes ago. That's part of the grants. So that's where that number comes from. Rec and Parks, wages were lower than budgeted, and the revenue was slightly higher than budgeted. That's counting all the Rec and Parks departments. So, yes, sir.
What's in public safety? That's it.
Police and fire?
Both, okay.
Yes. All right, so all those items finished, all those areas finished in the black. Aquatics, which is the item here, okay, finished 95,000. Where we're off there, revenues were down, wages were slightly up. The positive in that area, repairs were down and utilities were down. Golf, I'm going to come back to the golf one because that's the most significant one. I want to make sure I cover it. Beach Club area revenues were down and expenses were up. Now you notice it's a $10,000 total. It was pretty close. It's a little off budget. We did make money at the Beach Club. It just didn't quite hit the budgeted number. Yacht Club. Yacht Club. The biggest thing on the Yacht Club, when going back through analyzing the numbers, our revenues were down. Approximately $285,000 in total in revenues. That was a big number for us. Wages and utilities were down as well, but not nearly enough to make up that difference. Now, let's talk about golf for a minute. Golf is where we took the biggest hit this year, okay? The 376 on the operational side. A couple of things to keep in mind with golf. We were under renovation, so we knew we were going to have, we talked about this when we made these decisions to renovate the course, we were going to take some losses on it. If you look at the bottom line number, the 391, golf makes up over 96% of the loss for the year on the operational side of the house. The shortfalls, we started announcing the shortfalls in the October-November meetings of where golf was going to be from a bottom line at the end of the year, and we're pretty close to what we had projected the numbers to be. Okay?
Hold on, let's take a break. Hold on. Yeah. Any questions? Dave, did you have your hand up?
Yeah,
Okay, good.
golf makes up 96.
Use your microphone, please, Dave.
Just try it anyway. See
I'll
what-
try it anyway, okay. This red light on there. Let's see, you said golf makes up 96% of the
391, 376,
391, yeah, but
operational side.
yeah, but if you look at 4 losses, I mean, it makes up a whole lot. It's not 96% of all of the money that we lost over the 4th. You know, you've got aquatics, it's got a big loss, you've got golf, beach club, and not so much, and yacht club, which is pretty much. So golf as a percentage of those loss categories is significantly less than 96%.
Yeah, and that's a good distinction. Let me try to answer part of that. The reason I use that as a comparison, the uniqueness about the other 3 you compared and the top 4 above that are all under my direct management control. We made some decisions in the other areas, either not to hire for a position for 6 months or 7 months into the year. We made some decisions not to buy or acquire things. We made decisions because we were closely monitoring the month-to-month numbers. Golf is the one I don't manage. Golf is the one Billy Casper manages. We rely on what they turn into us. But when I'm watching the other units, the other areas, admin, public works, public safety, and recreation, talking with the department heads, we made some tough decisions of either not to buy, not to hire, not to give a raise, to generate the positive variances, and this is the trend we've been doing the last 3 years, to offset the losses of aquatics and yacht club. The beach club's kind of a push. We're usually in the red a little, or in the black a little bit on there. So we knew we were running off. So what we did was we tried to make up the differences by making some strong decisions on the top half of our chart.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to point out that when you're using the percentage, you know, that all of the amenities that basically are dependent upon, to some extent, membership fees or user fees, lost money. I mean, they all did. And the ones that didn't had some gains compared to budget, which means we just spent less money on it. So, anyway, I don't think that 96% is quite the right way to say it. Also, are you implying that the good things that you did on those other things were simply not applied to golf, and that?
I'm not implying anything. You are. My statement
No, I didn't-
was,
I-
no, I'm not trying to be smart. I didn't imply anything. We get the numbers directly from Casper, our outside management team. We just plug them into our chart here. I'm not implying anything. I think they tried to do what they could given the product they had, something we've discussed a whole lot.
Okay, I'm my understanding of what you said was that in 3 of those areas, you were able to take effective action to keep the losses from being larger than they actually were. And, I'm sorry if I get the implication that maybe in the doc, which you leave out, they weren't taking the effective action to do that.
Well, let me respond to that, Dave. As far as I'm concerned, Bob, you don't need to say it, I will. When this budget was put together, Casper was fully aware of the situation, the condition of the course, what situation they were going to be in. And when you miss a budget that you're already supposed to lose $160,000 and you lose an additional $376,000, I'm not exactly going to give Casper a standing ovation. I'm sorry, that's not going to happen. The fact is, other adjustments were made by you and the team, and I don't know what adjustments Casper made or didn't make. If you don't know what they made or didn't make, then you're not on the hook here for that. But I'm going to want those answers, because this is one heck of a loss. When they were fully aware of the condition of the course, what the condition it was going to be in, it was going to be under repair. There was nothing surprised about that. We may have had a little rain, but other than that, I'm sorry.
We had half a golf course.
Yeah, I mean, but they knew we were going to have a half a golf course. So their estimate in their budget wasn't very good. Sorry.
Well,
I'll get off my soapbox.
if you look at the timelines, and you look what the board actually, let's face it, the Greens replacement program shut down the course. Okay, effectively shut it down.
And they knew that was going to happen when they did their budget.
The lifetime memberships basically took away $40,000 or so in operational income from them. I mean, those are all board actions. To say that it's very disingenuous to say that Casper really knew what was going on and to lay the blame on them. I mean, in fact, the blames were spread right around this table.
Well, I respectfully disagree with you, David. The reality is that the decisions made by this board to do lifetime memberships, 40 down, whatever the impact was, Casper was fully aware of that. They were fully aware of the Greens project before they did their budget. So I'm sorry, I'm not letting Casper off the hook for a budget that they submitted to this organization when they were fully aware of the actions that the board had taken.
The Greens project and the lifetime memberships were out of budget votes by this board.
They may have been out of budget votes by this board, but Casper was aware of them when they built their budget. That's my point. Marty, you had your hand up.
No, I just think we're kicking a can all over the road.
Right.
I mean, yeah, golf did 3 times worse than budgeted, but so did the yacht club. I mean, these numbers are just plain ugly across the board. Let's stop trying to find somebody to crucify and start fixing the problem.
Okay.
Any other questions?
No comment.
Yes, sir.
We always look at the last column on this
Yeah.
chart, and I would direct you back to revenue, 9,068,472.
9060472. Yes, sir.
Against actual unaudited net losses of 300,000 and some change. If you do the math, we lost 3.5% on our total operating revenue last year. That's not good. But it's not as bad as some of these other numbers would make you think it is. And I think everybody needs to keep that in mind. Ain't great, but ain't bad.
It's terrible.
3.5%.
Terrible. Even 3.5%, we lost $391,000 essentially on 2 amenities.
No, you didn't lose $391,000. You lost $318,000. You're off your budget. $391,000.
Okay, you're right.
Okay.
318.
Thank you.
In that case, don't worry about it.
It's still a big number, Marty. I'm just.
I guarantee if it was your 318,000 heads would be right out the door.
I think it's a record number.
I just have to buy a smaller boat. That's
Any other comments?
All right, I'm going to skip 3 and come back to them, and my reasoning, I'll tell you why in a second.
Skip what?
3 slides, I'm going to come back because I think it's more important to discuss. The fact that we had the losses in the big 3 I want to point out some of the things that are happening now, some of the things we did to help curb those, to change the trajectory of the losses. Okay? First, big reason the yacht club took losses, 285,000, 42% of those losses can be directly attributed to losses in banquets, weddings, those type of events. As you all know, those type of events have a bigger spread where we make more money on those than we do the a la carte. So that was a significant loss for us. I believe with between everything we're talking about, why we need to go to referendum, the poor shape of the building, quite frankly, folks, it had to be done, but we heard ourselves, you're not going to invite people to come in and use a facility that you're telling them is in very, very bad shape. So we're fighting against ourselves, beating about the numbers. So the new facility is underway. This is a change that we've made. Everyone got behind. I think the net results are going to be positive for us. We have a new chef in place. The quality and consistency have dramatically improved of the product that's coming out. And again, the reason I want to point these things out to you is we recognize we ended the year poorly. We need to change some things. These are things that are changing in one of the top three, i.e. the yacht club, that I believe are going to make a significant difference. Stabilizing the staffing. We now have more David's done a very good job down there stabilizing, training, and bringing back the right quality staff they'd like to have within the organization, certainly from the service side of the house. And our service has been more consistent, and I've received far more favorable responses on the level of service that folks are receiving when they're coming to the club. Again, these were goals. These were things we wanted to do. We're seeing those. The food and liquor cost controls are in place. If you track our numbers, and again, I'm not going to go into this quarter's numbers until the end of this month, but if you started looking at the reports in May and June, you'll see our cost controls are in place. Our food and liquor costs are much better than they were previous year. So we had changed the trajectory of the losses based on changes in conditions and management style. Lastly, we already have 12 weddings, and it's either 11 or 12. I tried to get the exact number, and it was off the top of my head. It's 11 or 12 weddings and multiple community events already booked at the new club next year. And we don't have anything out of the ground yet. So people are excited about what next year looks for us. And again, if you remember a wedding, that type of event is a banquet style of event. Our spreads are higher on those, so our food costs, our liquor costs should continue to improve the more of those activities occur. So despite the fact we ended the year poorly from a numbers standpoint, we have a lot of positives coming out of it, to include the biggest one, the new facility. We have a new manager there who, if you remember, when we started the year, started with the staff that were in place. He stepped right in at the beginning of the season. He could make very little changes at that time to effectively change the trajectory at that time. That's where I think we've made some significant strides forward. Yes, sir.
Bob, you know how I like to call a spade a spade. And I know that the new facility's coming and everything's going to be rosy. But I don't know how you can say there's been any positive turn. In May and June, we've had the two lowest retail months ever. Ever.
And again,
May I make a comment there, please?
absolutely.
The other portion.
Marty, I certainly understand the numbers are low. We're building, we have a yacht club that's in between two construction sites. There is no pool there. It is a mess. You have to make it an effort to go over there. So you're right, the numbers should be higher, but Lord, what a mess they're dealing with over there.
No question about it, the fact that even the staff shows up's a miracle.
Again, those comments aren't helping us drive business. I hate to say it that way. Here's what I'll tell you from... No, hang on. I said I didn't want to get into the first quarter's numbers because I don't think it's appropriate. But contrary to what you're saying,
What do you think we're going to do?
at the end of the first quarter, like I'm supposed to do. So that's what I'm going to do. But yet the
We do
state...
numbers monthly, Bob.
Okay, again, I'll move on, Mr. President, unless you want me to stay on
I
this
would like
subject.
to finish. This is not going to end right here. This is, well, I don't mind that he says that things aren't, you can't sit here and blow pop. It's not the right way to do these numbers. We have suffered 2 horrible months in a row. And I'm standing here listening to everything is wonderful.
Actually, well, Marty, are you done?
Yeah.
Are you done? Okay. I think Sharon's point was well taken. They're not good. But they are what they are. We got 2 construction sites on each side of this building, a building we just got through convincing all our, at least 2 to 1 members of our organization that the building is is not good. It has to be replaced. I almost said something. It came real close. The bottom line is that I think this group is fighting the battle as best they can to try to set the stage for the new building. I've talked to David, all of us up here have talked to David and Paul and other people and Bob and many people. They're struggling through this year trying to do the best they can. Are they financially succeeding? That's no. But are they trying to keep the thing open? We had a decision to make. The board had a decision to make of whether to leave that building open for the season and do the best we can or close it down after the referendum. In the referendum, we had put forth the fact that we would try to keep it open. This board, whichever was last year or this year, I don't remember which one, went along with the idea of keeping it open as long as we could, and they're doing the best they can. Are they doing well compared to other years? No. The other years didn't have a construction site on each side of it. And they're doing the best they can as far as I'm concerned. That's my personal opinion. But Marty's comments about the numbers are not off base. They aren't good. Terry, go ahead.
There is no pool there, and May and June are high use for that yacht club pool, and as is the bar and the food service there. So it does not surprise me that May and June is so much of what they are. I mean, you don't have the biggest draw there that, I mean, I think people could get around the yacht club part of it, but the pool just is what would draw people. But still, there are a lot of people that show up to eat there, and a lot of people that show up to sit around that bar in the evenings, all nights of the week.
All right. Well, wait. Dave, you had your hand up. One at a time, folks. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I agree with you, Terry, that considering all of what's happening now was predictable back then. The decision to keep that thing open is only a decision to throw away money, basically. They say there are people there that are happy and that still like it, but there aren't many people there on many nights. And as far as saying the service is turned around and the food is turned around, that's not what I'm hearing about. But aside, you hear one thing, I hear another. People are more likely to tell you good things, I suppose. But on the other hand, there is no objective way to say that that's happened. I mean, we do not have any metrics. We don't have any, how do you like the service or how do you like the food cards that you can stack up and say, show me for the last few months. You know, I don't really think it's there. I mean, now, the other thing I want to say, just last thing. Everything that's happened has happened and we can't help it. The yacht club is not going to turn around. The food's not going to be that much better. We're not going to make any more money, or the numbers are not going to turn around. It can't happen. So you might as well just forget talking about it and wait until the new yacht club opens and see what happens then. Because that's the only thing you can hope for.
Dan, you had your hand up then, Marty.
Thank you, sir. Actually, David, that's one of the few things you and I can agree on. But what we aren't talking about that the board has in its hand right now is the monthly reports as well. And I found very interesting going through the monthly reports something that was consistent for May and June. And that's that we seem to have gotten our cost side pretty much under control. And what we're really having here is a revenue issue across the board. And by across the board, I'm talking about places like the Beach Club where we always make money, where we're not making anywhere near as much money all of a sudden. It's not a good thing, and we knew it was coming as not a good thing, to tear down the yacht club. We have had a waiting list for boat slips at the yacht club since I've been a resident of Ocean Ponds. This is the first year that I'm aware of that we haven't filled that marina. There are slips available. I don't think it's the pricing on the slips. I think people are simply saying, I'm not willing to put up with having to lug my stuff from Mumford's Landing Pool down a long path to get on board my boat to go out fishing for a couple of hours. So they didn't renew this year. We are investing for the future in these buildings and in the golf course. And none of us, I don't think, can say whether it's going to succeed or not succeed at this point in time. All we can do is say, we have decided as a community to make the investment. Now we got to make it work. We got the cost controls in place, get the buildings up, and then let's see if we can market them and get the revenue side going. Thank you.
Guys, I'm not,
Would that be opportunity for questions?
the fact is that I just don't want to hear in this meeting, or any meeting, smoke. We lost money in June. We never lose money in June. We lost money last August. We've had 1 month since last August. Last month, we eked out $800. We can't sit here and say that things are turning around. I'm sick of hearing it. They're not turning around. They're nosediving. And here's the proof. You wanted to know how people felt about our service? It's called voting with your wallet.
Now, some other,
Ray, and then we'll move on.
Okay, now to make this very quick. I've looked very carefully. I go back and forth to Ocean City every day. The last 10 days, crossing that bridge 5 times, there was not a single boat anywhere on the bay, north or south. It's as early in the morning, in the afternoon, in the evening. I don't know where all the people are with the boats, but the economy is driving what's going on to all of this. And if it's not obvious to anybody else, then I don't know how else to say it. But you take a look at what's going on around there, and we are not the only ones in this particular boat. The yacht club, the pool, like you said, the yacht club, the pool that was over there, drove an awful lot of business every day. We haven't had it for a while. There are obvious reasons that things have not been good. We are looking forward to what's going to happen next year, and I think this is going to be a place for people to visit on the Eastern Shore.
All right, everybody's had the chance to air. Bob, move on.
okay, golf. Again, sticking with the fact we had losses, some things I want to make sure I point out. Golf Greens project is now complete. We've been underway with those renovations for a couple years now, which hurt us. Holes 11 and 12 are complete. All the drainage part and the redesign on the holes. The one part we're waiting on is Hingham Lane drainage. It's a permitting issue. I'm going to break that down for you in a little more detail. But these combined are all very positive, and yes, they are positive. Increased package play is up as well. We had some increased package play in the spring, despite the fact we didn't do a good job with it last year, with the course not being open in May like it was anticipated to be. But we saw a good beginning of the season, and the fact that our package play has, again, a higher spread, much like banquet business on the yacht club. Another positive for us is the package play that has been out, and they do surveys and turn it back into Pam's Golf or Golf Getaway, have been extremely favorable. And we'll start to see, starting next month, we'll be able to track and see what the bookings are for the fall, which is going to be critically important for us. So I think we have some very good positive news there.
You don't know what the bookings then are for the fall yet. Is that correct? What I just understood you say?
I do not have the bookings for the fall yet. That's correct.
Yeah, because that would tell you the fact that there's been an increase in baggage play, a meaningful increase. Next month.
Okay. Aquatics. Again, I'm giving the top 3 where we had the losses. Then I want to make sure I talk about some things of what we're trying to change the trajectory of it. First, implementation of the new swim lesson programming. Sounds small, but we took a significant beating in losses last year with our swim lessons. But if you remember, we had a contractual matter we had to work through. The way the spread was, we've done it a different way this year, and we're finally seeing the positive results of that. More realistic staff budgeting. If you recall, we were off because meeting the COMAR requirements for the number of staffing, the CPO at the pool, the number of lifeguards. We were in kind of a gray area there. We're where we need to be. And what we did when we built the more realistic budgeting this year, we just bumped the staffing up, so we shouldn't see the overruns this year. New yacht club pool. Once that's completed, obviously that's going to help us. When you're down one pool, that does dramatically impact the aquatic side. Membership's way down right now, and a lot of those folks are the ones that enjoy the adult swimmers that enjoy using the yacht club pool. A lot of those folks either chose not to or came back in and got refunds because that's the primary pool they use. Yes?
Yeah, but just help me understand, going back to staffing, we bumped the numbers up, and that's where the overruns are. Could you just
Yeah,
elaborate
if
on
you
that
recall,
real quick?
we missed the number pretty big on the staffing. In other words, our wages were way out of line. Okay, we spent too much on staffing based on the budget.
And we had
This
too
year,
much staff?
what's that?
And we had too much staff.
I wouldn't say too much staff. We didn't budget it properly.
And we didn't have the right kind of staff.
So this year, we budgeted up with staffing to help close that gap a little bit.
That is to say, more budget and more money for staff.
Correct. We undershot the mark last year.
So how is spending more money going to help us? I guess I
It should be more effective budgeting because it should be closer to the budget number. We won't have as wide a variance this year.
Oh, but the budget number on the other hand is going to be higher, and we're going to lose more money.
Which the budget was approved. So you saw it, you approved it. With
Okay,
the
I just wanted that to be clear.
Well, I think the issue is that there were regulatory impacts that caused us to have to hire different people at more higher skill level, which was not in the original budget, which was created a year ago, February, right?
we're meeting the guidelines.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Move on.
Sports court pool improvements, we have sports court pool improvements budgeted. How we address those, I believe, will also have a positive impact from the aquatic side of the house. All right, I'm going to jump into another area. This is OPA stormwater management. Obviously, this is
Bob, I'm sorry
Yes.
to interrupt.
Yeah.
Before you go there, you are going to talk a little more about construction, major construction projects.
I am, yes, sir. Yeah, I will be talking about the project
Thank you.
in a little bit. Stormwater management, I wanted to bring a couple things out. I also have Eddie Wells, our head of public works, is here, so he can hear directly from you. Some things I want to point out with the recent rain event. Okay, first, average rainfall in July, 08, 09, 10, 11, 12, you can see 4.5, 3.5 inches, 2.2, 4.7, 3.3. That's what the rainfall was. 7.9 as midpoint of the month. And the majority of it came in that 24-hour period. Okay, so we had a significant beating rain-wise. Hurricane Sandy and Hurricane Irene, we went back to look at our records just to compare it. You know, do you have a problem or not? Was this an anomaly? What do we need to do? So we went back and looked. In 48 hours, we had 6.3 inches for Irene. In 48 hours, we had 7.2 inches for Sandy. So we had more rain in 24 hours than either of those two-day storm events. The measurements we had, our Public Works Department, we have two areas that we control. Public Works and our golf course each have rain gauge because they measure it for what they're doing. Our Public Works team tracks 7.7 inches in that 24 hours. Worcester County Public Works, down at the plant out here, 9 inches of rain in that period. Our golf drew 8.5 inches of rain. Significant rainfall in a very, very short period of time. We saw breaches across roadways in some areas that we had never seen in the community. And Eddie and I were riding around talking about it. It's just 20 plus years we've never seen some of these areas that actually held the water and bridged across. So just sharing it with you, these are what the numbers were. Drainage work orders. We thought, well, let's go back and look. How's that stacking up? What's happening? We took it from the first of the year. These are call-ins. So we had 33 in January called in, 29 were taken care of. Now, I say taken care of at that time frame. 41 called in, 25 were finished by February, March 56, 37 were finished, April 80, 51. You'll start to see it start to turn here as we have more teams coming in to work. We start plussing up with our summer staff. 52, 58, then it swings the other way in June, 35, 71. July, we had the significant rain, so as you can imagine, we had a significant number of calls increase. So we went back up to 123, 100 were cleared. So 420 calls in from January through mid-July, 371 were addressed. And we're still working on, but just so you all know the magnitude of what we're working with.
So we have 49 still on the work list at this point.
And some stage of the work, they
In
have
some
not been
stage.
cleared. Finished means, it doesn't mean we're not, if there's some open ones, it doesn't mean we're not working them, it just means the work hasn't been completed for some reason. And some haven't started yet, but they could be in different stages of the work process. Questions about that? Eddie, anything you want to add to that?
On the work orders, just because it says it's not finished, it's either been gone to and looked at, and there could be a number of reasons why it hasn't been completed. It could be waiting on a pipe to be blown out. We get a lot of calls on the culvert pipes that are clogged, and we rely on the county to blow them out for us. We don't have the piece of equipment to do that. The county does it. And they're at our call. They came out in the middle of that rainstorm on that Friday and helped us blow out pipes. We had one on Pinehurst that had clogged up. They got a basketball inside it. So it doesn't take much to clog these pipes. I mean, we're out there and we can see them, but things happen. I sent Bob, I don't know if you got the pictures. Are you going to be showing them the pictures of the pipes? Just some examples of things we've found. Sewer lines. We had a big pipe that blocked up on Brookton Lane like 2 or 3 years ago. It's a 30-inch pipe, which usually there's no problems. Well, we started digging into it and found out that the contractor had ran a 4-inch sewer line right through the center of the pipe. So that stopped everything, which backed all over Brookton, all up on Newport, everything through it. Gas lines. I don't know how many gas lines we found where they're running a trencher, they hit the pipe, keep running on going, lay the line right in, and it catches a twig, and we got blockage. But we see some weird things. But if you guys, anybody, we're always there for 24 hours. If there's a storm, you call police, not emergency. I got guys on call 24 hours. We'll come in. It doesn't matter what time of day, what time of night, we'll come in. And if it's something we can correct, we'll help you with it.
I do want to give Eddie and his team kind of a positive. They worked Friday nights in the rain event and brought a significant portion of his team in Saturday morning, and they worked the majority of that day clearing any of the pipes, anything. They kept everything flowing. And then Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, they went out and hit, things kept building as the water shifted around. So they did a very, very good job coming in and taking care of it. Thank you, Eddie. All right, project updates. Let's start with the Yacht Club. Okay, let's start with the Gantt chart. Jerry, you had a better deal with the board last week, talking about last month, talking about Gantt charts. Would you explain the one page so I don't get tongue-tied on it, and I'll pass the Gantt chart. Sure. No, call it.
Okay, we have 2 charts explaining the schedule of the Yacht Club. We have one chart called planned events and one chart showing actual events. It's noted in the top subtitle of each chart which one we're talking about. The first one called planned events, and your folks, maybe we can pass out a copy of it. The first one we'll talk about. Planned events is the master schedule.
Hold on a minute, Rick, so everybody's got it.
You got them last year. They're the same.
Same as last month?
Yeah, with
I've
the
got mine
updates
with me.
on it.
All
But
right.
what he's going to cover just covers how to read the chart better.
Go ahead.
The chart that's on the screen is just a little help, frame of reference to help you understand the symbolism on each chart. The first chart is the planned schedule. That's the schedule that was laid out, that was delivered slightly after contract award, that Harkins said, if all goes according to plan, no surprises, these are the events as they're scheduled. They should happen in their defined time frames to a completed Yacht Club schedule by March 18, 2014. That's the original plan schedule handed out back in March of this year. The green symbols indicate the start of an event, and the events are listed on the left side. First of all, the project activity is divided into 3 phases. The first phase is the pool, the marina area, and the decking. The second phase is the new building, with the exception of the portion of the new building that overlaps the current structure. So that's phase 2. Phase 3 is the portion of the new building that will be under the current new structure. That is an intersection of the old building and the new building. So we had to phase the new building into 2 parts because we're not tearing down the old building until after Labor Day. So that's why we have the 3 phases. Phase 1 is independent of phase 2. Of course, there's an interrelationship between phase 2 and phase 3. Green symbols indicate the start of an event. Red symbols indicate when it's planned that event to be over. And again, that lays out the projected plan at the beginning of the contract. That's the first chart under planned events. Any questions about that? Okay, you flip up to the second chart. It's called actual events. It's the same schedule, but updated as of today. You see in the top right-hand corner, you see the date 7/24/13. And the program takes that date and draws a dotted line on the calendar, so that's where we are today. It gives you a frame of reference for every event that's planned. So on this chart, on the actual event chart, if the event has started, they turn green. So we see under phase 1, we have 4 events that have started. Under phase 2, we have 1 event that has started. What happens if something occurs during that event that precludes it to complete its schedule on time? We note that with the yellow extension line. So you see in the 4 events under phase 1 of the pool marina area, the 4 events, the 3 events, sorry. 3 events have been extended over their expected time frame. The 1 event that's not is we moved the fuel tanks in the allotted time frame.
Okay, Jerry, in the framing column on the original planned event, that was to start on 7/16, and now has a start date of 8/16, but the completion date is not moved.
Very, you picked it up. Yes. Going to phase 2, there is an interrelationship between the events. So the first event in phase 2 has been delayed primarily because of weather and other issues. That has caused the delay of the second event, which is framing, has pushed that back into August because framing is dependent upon the slab and the structure being put in place. So yes, you picked that up.
But are you really going to do it twice as fast, or are you just...
No, at this point, we highly expect to gain schedule at that point, particularly when the structure gets under roof and you start to do the internal work. But at this time, I did not choose to push everything to the right because I really don't know which events will slide at this particular point. So as of right now, the critical path is the footers and the building pad. And that has slipped approximately a month. And we've had 13 rain days, which is almost 3 weeks of work schedule impacting that. Plus, with regard to the footers, we had a significant event in terms of getting the footers near the marina in place. The soil was not substantial enough. It didn't have the integrity we needed. So we went through a series of tests and proposed fixes, and we finally came up with the redesign using the pylons, and the footers actually will begin this Friday to be installed into the pad.
Those pilings, that's why they're there now. They're doing that. That was a new solution.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
When did they put a pilot through an old sewer tank? Did you notice it?
Well, I think you may be talking about the grease traps. Is that what you...
Yeah, it might have been. It was
Yeah,
bad for a while, but they didn't clear it out.
The pylon structure, a pylon is required to be driven where the old grease traps currently exist. So they are currently breaking that up as we speak with jackhammers, and breaking concrete will change your life.
Right.
So that is projected to be done by tomorrow, and the pylons should be all installed by tomorrow, and the footers should begin by Friday.
Jerry, back to phase 1.
Okay.
I love the date 8/9.
Yes.
The fun question is, how confident are you that date, we're really going to have a yacht club pool on the 9th of August?
Don't answer.
Don't answer.
Got a lot of quick advice there from a whole bunch of people.
Don't answer.
I'm really curious because we're looking at potentially a month of having a pool sitting next to a yacht club that's still standing, which means we might get a little bit of activity there. But
That date depends on the inspection, which is set for 8/7. MDE is scheduled to come and bless our pool on the 7th of August, and we turn it over and get it open by the 9th. So that's the critical date. It's the 7th.
and our batting average with MDE is about 127. Okay.
Next year.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
I'm assuming this will be an ongoing per-month update on this chart.
We've got it 4 months in a row.
We have.
Yeah.
And I'm just
It
making
will
sure that-
continue, but we won't go over the explanation.
Yeah, that's fine. Whoever gets elected, you might want to educate them.
All right, phase 2, Jerry already alluded to some of it, the building CAD. One of the things they found in the corner where you see the pilings going in were unexpected. There was a change there. That's where the old marina building and the pad in front of it, once they pulled that out, they couldn't do soil borings before they moved those structures. Once they found, when they started to dig it out, it kept collapsing on itself. It just wasn't good dirt. So the first step was they were going to bring a stone in, built with stone, dirt, more stone to stabilize the area. But the more they tried to dig it out to get to a stable area, the more it kept collapsing on itself. So they went to Plan B, and they decided to drive for that area to drive the pilings in, and that is a resolution to the issue. Grease traps have been relocated. Jerry mentioned that. Unfortunately, the one that the new one is in, but the old one recently got breached. Footers should begin very, very soon, but we're not committing to when.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so this is demolition old club, and it starts on 9/9 to 9/20. So am I assuming, when do you plan to close the yacht club?
The yacht club will be closed the day after Labor Day. We will take a week to 12 days to pull the equipment, supplies, anything that we are going to keep will come out. We're going to store it. We're going to get pod. We've got a couple ways, places how we're going to store some of that. So we have about a week to 12 days to get everything out that we want before demo begins.
Okay, well, just, looking at your dates, going back to the pool, so yacht club, all that stuff is moving out and everything like that. What practical value would it be to even think about opening the pool for a couple of weeks when all that stuff is going on? You're not going to be keeping the pool open until September when you're demolishing the yacht club, right?
When we go to tear down the yacht club, we will close the pool. Depending on when the actual delivery of when the pool can be open, we're trying to determine that now, how close we're going to be and how much time we'll have. If we get a month out of the pool, at this point, it's our intent to open that pool.
Marty?
There isn't really any, once you got the water in it, it's been inspected. The only other expense is the lifeguard.
Staffing, right, and we already have the furniture, but you have staffing, you have some chemical costs, and again, it's nominal, you're correct. And that's why we think it's our goal to get it open. I'm just not going to tell you, I've been battered to death over opening dates, so I have no idea when it's going to open, okay?
That's
But,
because you made the mistake and actually quoted one.
so, jump to the
Okay, keep going.
the pool, since we're on that side of the building, if you have not been out there to see it, you got to take a look. They are jamming over there. It looks awesome. And I'm just these are slides as of today. Wanted to throw them out there. Now, a couple of things I want to point out to you. On the building, the dark areas that you see are actually the siding that's up. The back's already done. You're looking at the pavers here, and the interesting part I want to point out, this side you see there's you see the herringbone, but you don't see the dark charcoal pattern. Well, what they do, once they get it all in, then they take a saw and they cut the straight lines to make sure when they put the darker charcoal ones, they line up exactly, so they're not cutting as they go. So that I thought that was an interesting process. The other thing is with the pool, they put the lap lanes in, they've got all the tile, the coping, they're putting the final diamonds on the stairs. The hopes are, and again, no guarantee, but Friday to diamond bright the pool, the white finish on the pool. That's assuming all the other construction work around it has been pretty much wrapped up. Yes?
Does the final coating go right over top of the lane markers?
No, up to it. It's almost like a heavy paint up to it. It's it's going to be interesting to see. So Friday, if they're putting in, I invite anybody to go down and look through the fences. The whole project's been neat to watch.
Yeah, especially when they've done everything around that bocce ball court.
I had some Italian tell me if it took it out, I wouldn't be around, so I left it.
Is the new bathroom coming together as fast?
It's almost finished. The inside, I'll give you an update here. The equipment room, okay, the center section, because we have a lot of people asking me about these. The center section, all right, this is the existing bathroom,
Right.
okay? Center section's the new pump room.
Right.
This top, the higher part, this whole side is the new bathrooms, and they look great inside. They're not quite finished yet, but equipment room's done. They were putting all the piping and the pumps and everything in yesterday. Retaining walls around the pool are complete. Pavers being installed. The pool surface should be complete Friday. They're trying to get everything interior. They're wrapped up as well. It's actually starting to show some shape out there. You'll start to see the fencing. Did they give us Monday? Is it Monday or Tuesday? Yeah. Yeah, it's coming up. Bob Douglas, who's done fencing, he's working with them. So we're excited about that. That's gonna tie everything together nicely. Sports core, I'm changing. Are we good on the yacht club and the pool there? Changing subject. Sports core pool maintenance. We put an RFP out, and we've been working on to figure out how we want to do this. Now, we have a little bit of a challenge here. Let me tell you what we've done so far. Our goal was, and we talked about in the budget, replacing the skimmers, coping stones, pool tiles, and markers, kind of like the stage we're in with the yacht club pool now. Basically resurfacing with everything. Recondition the pool surface with the diamond bright finish. Work is targeted between August 25th and 31st. That's when we shut that pool down for the cleaning while the other ones are open. So far, and we sent that out last week sometime, 3 responses came back. 2 were interested in the project, 1 was not, and that's just with the preliminary. What we did was take the list of all the people that bid on the other pool work, and just send it out to them. You all have a copy of what was sent out.
It was 7 possible bidders that you sent it out to. Is that right?
Was there 8? 8. 1's already declined participation. So now we're targeting something mid-August. Here's where there's a fly in the ointment, okay? And Jerry and I were talking about this. It's great to say let's jump on this and get this work done, but we really need to look at the surfacing of the decking area of the pool, the concrete, and the seams in the concrete where it's been rusting. They've had to we've done repairs with caulking and some other things. We need to figure out what we're going to do there, because if a couple things happen. Once you put the coping stones in, your height is pretty much set of how the other area matches up to it, the deck area. So depending on the type of deck area you're going to move forward with, are they going to be able to fix just the seams, or do we have to break the concrete out? Or are we going to consider I don't want to say linoleum, but there's a rubberized material that you can just pour and levels out, so it pretty much covers everything because the base is already there. Are we going to consider putting pavers in? All these things impact the height of where the coping stones need to live. So what we're trying to figure out is what are all the options that may be available to repair the decking before we make the final decision to do the work in the pool, in particular with the coping stones, so we get the marry up correct. Yes, ma'am.
Just help clarify this for me. We have money in the budget to do this pool work that you bid, the RFP pool. Okay.
We do.
But the decking is not part of that fund, correct?
Correct.
Can you do one phase now and then do the other phase next year in the budget, or what would this involve?
I don't have an answer for you yet. That's what we're trying to identify what we think is going to be the best logical surface to put down. If it's the membrane, the rubberized membrane, it's very small. It should have very little to no impact. We can proceed. If we decide, hey, the recommendation is going to go with concrete, well, do they just level set, pour concrete on top of what's there? Do they break it out? What does that mean for us from the height of the current pool and the coping that goes in? If we decide pavers, you can get smaller pavers, but you're still going to have a height differential. What's the impact? So we're trying to get that. We sent this out so we get the information back in the bid so we see how it compares to what our budgeted number is. Same time, we're trying to look at other surfacing materials. I mean, you can even look at Trex or AZAC or one of those. I mean, there's a number of ways to look at it. We're trying to explore the possibilities so we have at least a reasonable answer before we spend the money on that.
But you're looking at a 2-year project. You're not looking to do all this at one time. Am I correct?
I'm not looking one way or the other. I'm getting the information
Right,
and I'm going to bring it to you guys to decide.
There's no decking in the budget, so what's in the budget is for the pool surface. Can you do the pool surface without doing the decking at the same time is my question.
You can, but you have a height. My concern is the height of the coping stones with whatever we do with decking later.
Gotcha. Okay.
That's the only concern because everything needs to marry up. So you don't have a tripping hazard, you don't have drainage hazard, you know what I mean?
Got it. Okay.
So again, we may say, yes, this works, but it looks like the membrane's the best way to go. There's very little, let's move forward. Or we may have to step back and go, there's another option we need to look at. Maybe we either wait on this until the spring and we combine them. Again, it's something we want to make sure we have both parts of the project. No need to do one and then found out that we got to redo something and we wasted money, on the other part. That's
As you're
all.
thinking about all the options, that's good. I just wanted to understand.
Yeah, no,
Okay, thank
it
you.
was worthwhile to look at.
Is there any possibility, Bob or Jerry, either one of you two, that the August 25th to 31st dates, you might have to extend back this way to give them more time? Can they get all of this done in that week?
One of the bidders that actually called said he was interested, but it was an extremely tight or compressed time frame given his other work. So we don't know until we're part of having it out now. We're getting good information in. We can make fair decisions. We may have to adjust our schedule.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to go to drainage on Hingham Lane, give you an update on the project there. Test boards determine depth of the utilities. I'll run through it and I'll give you some insight. Engineering approach to cross Hingham Lane with drainage approved by MDE, the current plan. MDE requiring a separate permit from the original permit we had with the 11 and 12 drainage tied in. They've now said, no, you have to separate the project. Permit timing is 60 to 90 days. We're at the beginning of that for the conceptual at this point. Once it's approved, only takes about 2 weeks to do the work. Target completions early fall, sometimes September, mid to late September, early first week of October is kind of the window we're based on the 60 to 90 day lead time. Potholes for test boring, they did some more testing to figure out where the utilities were, and we went back and patched those because there were just holes in the road. So, kind of I'll take a half step back. What happened? Bigger picture. We had a plan together. One of the things that were identified was twofold. One, the rules for what constitutes a wetlands, non-tidal wetlands issue. If we're manipulating the ditches, the bottom of the ditch is now wetland, at least in that area. Created some things we had to back up and go, whoa, wait a minute. So we had to address that, which we did. Second thing is, when they put the Interlinks condominium or homes back there, we already had existing utilities in the ground. So the new utilities for the Interlinks were actually slightly above that. They're not they had to basically get by the existing utilities. So they're slightly higher than what normally would be. So when we started doing some of the testing to get the work done, they ended up finding utilities that were not anticipated. The depth of the utilities, I don't know if you saw, at one point we changed the pipes from one size to another and we doubled the size. A number of changes had to be made based on the borings and what they started to find in the ground with the utilities. Delayed it. and that's part of where we are. We believe a new solution has pretty much been identified. Steve Dawson, we're working with him. He's pretty much believes this is good. Steve Soulet's putting the final pieces of it together for the separate permit process. And again, all that's kind of working together right now. If everything goes as expected, we'll be the works. It's a short time frame to get it done. We just need to get the permits correct, separate from the existing. Sorry, long answer, but I thought I'd give you guys an update on it.
These drainage pipes supplement or replace the existing drainage?
Replacement.
They
Yeah,
replace
the drainage.
We're gonna
They've
keep all the water
improved. They've
underground.
improved the drainage
Right.
with the sizing and the direction of the way the piping picks up the water from 11 and 12.
Just to clarify your comment on, because I've gotten quite a few calls on the potholes and the borings, all of that has now been repatched. I
They've
haven't
all-
been out there the last couple of days.
Yeah, they've all been patched. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Bridge repair, again, sorry to cover so much, but these are all things you guys were asking me for. So, RFP for bridge repair engineering support contract to provide. This week we handed out to you. Yeah, that's the one we handed out in the packet earlier. What we'd like to do is work with an engineering firm to help us make sure, and we talked about last month, we have what the reports are telling us. Remember, we had some difficulty trying to find out exactly. It says what needs to be done, but it doesn't tell us how and what scope, those type of things. So we'd like to engage with an engineering firm to assist us with that, from the inception of the RFP to the completion of the project and the inspections in between, to make sure what's being built is being built to current code, and make sure that the contractor is delivering what he or she says they're going to deliver. This is our process. Engineering firm would help us with the specs and drawings. They would support us developing the RFP to go out, monitor and verify the progress, again, what I was talking about. Requested proposals, we have 3 engineering firms that we put information out for, just asking what they would charge us to help us oversee, write the project, do all that. We put that information out to them, or out on last week, right, to Friday.
So this package that we got from you in the meeting packet, the engineering support bridge rehabilitation 2-page document, is there any action we need to take today, just giving us a...
No, we've sent this out to get the information. We're not doing anything, we're just requesting help developing the RFP and the process, so we'll have a cost to it. Now, I'm going to give you kind of the second part of this, which ties in, that may answer some more of your questions. Our goal is, once it comes in, we'll bring it to the board, say, here's what the cost is. We have some initial ideas of what it's going to be. And then what we're going to do is we'll put the whole package together. Engineering services for both bridges, we're estimating to be about $15,000. 10 for the OP01 and 5,000 for the O2. Bridges, tell them which ones they are.
For the bridges off the Parkway to the golf course, the concrete and timber bridges.
O1 and O2.
Yes, that's O1, O2. O1 is the one on the Parkway.
Right,
Oh, no, O1 is the one by the golf course. O2 is the one on the Parkway.
Clubhouse.
Clubhouse Drive and
Correct.
Correct.
Mr. Stevens?
Yeah, I'm just kind of curious. I missed something along the way, I'm sure, but I thought we already had a system engineering firm that we hired, or is their contract expired or gone?
Hasn't expired. What we're doing is we thought, let's put it out to, we pay them if they do the work. We wanted to go ahead and bid it out and they're included in the 3, but we're asking 2 others to give us a bid on the work as well.
So even though we went out and hired this general system engineering firm to help us, we're still going down with another RFP.
You got to test the waters to make sure what you're getting and what you agreed to pay for is what we're actually receiving. So by putting this out, it doesn't cost us anything, except some man hours with Jerry putting the RFP or the request out to them. But yes, it's kind of a checks and balances for us. We felt it was appropriate to do.
In your general RFP letter, your current stated goal period for this work is spring 2014. So that will impact our current fiscal year. That is in our budget too.
It is in our budget.
As I remember,
We have money in budget for this. yes. And that's what the next, I popped them up, but you have them there. Our repair cost for the bridge is estimated to be 100, and which is 60/40, so it's breakdown. They're budgeted items. We're just we're identifying, making you aware of the process we're using to get us to this point. Trash collection. It's going to be short and sweet.
Hopefully.
And I do not want any calls. It's not mine. Wow. Current contract. Now, I'm not sure if we missed this last time, but current contract does not expire until December of 2014. I've had people calling me about, because it's been in the paper, everything else, when they can bid and this, that. We've got 18 months on the contract right now, just so everyone's aware of it. I've been working with the regional director for waste management, and we're talking about once-a-week trash collection, once-a-week recycle, service changes based on time of year. Example, summertime, twice-a-week trash pickup. You go to the winter months, maybe winter being October to March, dropping back to 1 and 1. So we're going to map it out and get a couple different strategies for consideration. We're not doing anything. We're not making any. I'm not making a recommendation to you guys today. I'm taking what you asked me to do and gather information. That's all I'm doing. I've also.
May I put some words in your mouth?
Please.
Your recommendation is to stick with the existing contract we have. Make no changes for right now, but investigate options.
That's exactly right. That's
Okay.
what I said last month.
Does anybody disagree with
A
that?
year and a half from now.
Anybody disagree with that?
I'm glad you said that. It's very clear. There's no motion on the floor. There is no vote to be taken because we've been receiving thousands of phone calls and emails.
Oh, yeah.
So it's not, that never has been. We're just looking at options.
And if you're going to explore it quietly.
But yes.
I hate to jump back.
Where you going?
Where is the bridge repairs in the budget? Where would I find it?
I don't have the budget book with
I
me.
do.
I'll certainly get the information.
Roads, bridges, repairs, and maintenance.
Again, I'm certain I'll look it up for you and I'll have it for you.
You're going to follow up on that?
Yes. Okay, a project that I'm going to ask you to. There's no action item today. No action item. So you're getting it for the first time because I'm not asking you to do anything but review this for the next few weeks. Okay? So don't shoot the messenger because I'm giving it to you last minute. We were making sure we got it all together. I wanted to present it to you at the meeting. This is a request for proposal to put RFP out to take a look at the engineering of section. We want to start tackling drainage. We want to start looking at, I said it a few months ago, it's something we've been working very, very hard at. We want you to consider allowing us to go out to an engineering firm, and our first look at it would be Section 3. This is what we'd like to put out, request for proposal for folks to come out and do mapping and stormwater study of Section 3 in Ocean Pines. These are all the things we'd like it to include. It's pretty detailed, so I also gave you a map of the area, outfalls. What we want to do is put it out and see what firms would say, yeah, we'd be interested in doing it, what the cost would be for us. Again, it's part of this next step in our drainage. And as we're trying to improve drainage, we believe this is the next appropriate step. I told you 2 months ago I was going to bring something to you once we implement some of the changes that were recommended. And we've done all the ones that have been recommended so far. We feel it's now time to get a professional in. Now that the community's built out, our drainage plan for the entire community is something it's an old drainage plan prior to the community being built out. As the community gets built out, as every home gets built, the topography changes, the water flow changes. Hence, we have some areas that continue to suffer even in small rainfalls. And we'd like to start addressing those more aggressively. So we'd like our next step to go with an engineering study on it. I hate to say study because people think it takes forever. We reasonable next step to exploring possibilities to make corrective action, if any need to be made.
Jerry or Bob, just in my background, I would call this a request for information, an RFI. Meaning there's no commitment to spend any money, there's no commitment to do anything, except they're going to provide us with information as to what it might cost, what the work might be. I'm just trying to get a sense from my own,
That's fine.
that's really what we're talking about here, that you have the authority to go, it's not costing us anything except time and energy on your part, Jerry, you and Bob, right? To do the walkthroughs and have them give us information. We're not committing to spend any money.
Correct.
Okay, I just want to make sure I'm clear on that. Marty, go ahead.
Back in 08, 09, didn't Soleil do exactly this for us? And I know things change, we build more houses, more impervious service, but we didn't do anything with that I know of.
Marty, wasn't that down in the south end?
No,
Was it north end?
it was section 3. We had a meeting right here in this room with Soleil. Soleil prepared, had an in-depth study, slideshow. It was a couple-hour meeting.
Yeah, that was the contract that we did when we were looking at the drainage solutions with the county.
That's what I remember. I know why we
And,
did
and a part of the agreement was that we would do the contract or do the engineering study, and then the contract, what are we living in? The county would come and then together we would have a joint effort to work on it. And that was the Soleil study. And we hired them, and then the county backed up until Commissioner Money, I mentioned earlier, came along and actually did something.
The county was at that meeting.
Yeah, sure.
At least 2 people, including at least 2 county commissioners, I believe, Linda Busick was.
Linda Busick.
I mean, it was a,
Okay, the point, I get your
I think we
point.
spent the money once. I mean, here.
This particular action that we just got handed us is not costing us any money. However, it's a very interesting point, that if in fact there is a study out there that we've got access to, where we live, I mean, I saw you two talking to each other, so.
Yeah, no, we read the other study.
Eddie Wells was in that meeting.
This study takes a different approach. You have it on a different slide. Give the highlights of it. This is a different approach to the drainage issue, which I believe we need to do. I've said it for several months now.
And we've looked at the Soleil, and it's not that it's not bad. It's good. It's good information. What this attempts to do is incorporate latest technology. They're going to do aerial mapping topography. They're going to actually, and then take that information and do computer simulation. There are 5 deliverables that we're asking for. 1 are drainage maps showing watershed delineations with flow characteristics, actually patterns in section 3. We're asking for a detailed plan listing specific improvements to that flow sequence. Then we're asking for a report explaining their analysis, identify specific problem areas, and a description for the improvements of those proposed deficiencies. So not only are they doing analysis, they're pinpointing the bottlenecks, if you will, within section 3, and they're going to give us an engineering recommendation because we have areas that actually go uphill. We have different delineations of watersheds, and so that's all information I don't think that's been quantified. We've had surveys, we've had engineering studies, but I think we can take it to the next step. Last thing is we're asking for hydraulic calculations and hydrologic, why it flows the way it does. All this, those will be the 5 deliverables we would get from this study.
Are they going to go out and look at the culverts and the pipes and the state of the maintenance of?
Correct, that will be part of it, yes.
The answer was yes. Marty?
Jerry, I'm a double contractor, not an engineer. But when I was an active contractor, there were 2 ways to shoot elevations. One was to fly, and it was a great way to do it, but a more effective way was a GPS on-site, actually doing it certain. Didn't we do them all? Don't we have a complete set of elevations of those ditches?
I think it is. The Soleil plan was a 2-year, a 5-year, and a 10-year arena net drawn up there. And that was piping everything down Beecham Road is how it all got started back in 08. started back actually in '06, we actually started on the project.
But you did elevations, if I
We've shot
remember.
upshot elevations of so many areas in there, and what they found out is there's a bowl on, right at Pinehurst, right on the corner of Pinehurst and Beacon Hill, and what's that next, Dingy Court?
Yep.
Is in a bowl. Now, there was a ditch that was supposed to go back in that woods, which we looked at putting it in. The homeowners thought that would be the way to go, but when we shot the elevations, the ditch would have to be so deep, and all we had was I think it's a 10-foot easement was allowed for it. It wouldn't work, so they did the study on that. But his plan was given to the county. We worked with Lou Meltzer, the owner of River Run, and it was, like I said, it was a 2-year, a 5-year, and a 10-year rate event we tried to work out. And what they ended up doing off of that plan is what Jimmy Bunning has pushed to get done, was the one White put into River Run, which has helped. It hasn't cured it 100%, but it has helped.
Okay, let me take us back to where we really are in this session. Bob, you have handed us a document basically informing us that you're doing a no-cost outreach to engineering firms to get information. You are aware of the study that Marty is Eddie does, and the other people, Ray and others, are aware of it. It will be incorporated into any kind of request for action that you might bring back to the new board at some point in September or October, so we can keep this thing moving. Right? That's where we are.
Correct.
Okay. So we've been informed of this. We don't really need to approve it. We know about it. You've got the report that Soleil did.
Correct.
You're not trashing it. You're saying that was fine, that this could do more. Okay.
And knowledge is good.
Yes, go ahead.
Said Pete Wilbur.
Just to go one step further with this, and you all can tell me that I'm right or I'm wrong, but my impression was that when Boise Cascade got in here and first started putting in roads and streets and things like that, those drainage ditches were created to keep the roads dry and not necessarily to drain private properties, which for the most part were wooded. Some of the newer areas, like Turns Landing and places like that, built since then have been designed to drain. But Section 3, Section 2, Section 1, Section 5, Section 4, are we really capable, short of blowing up and tearing down a lot of houses, of really correcting a lot of the drainage issues that crop up? I mean, I know it's a philosophical, but it's also a real question.
And
We need to set some expectations in this community that says we can solve up to this point, and then your private property becomes an issue that we might be able to help you with solving, but it's your pocketbook that gets tapped to do that.
Dan, to your point, I'm hoping that this engineering information that we get will give us a sense of that. To your point, interestingly enough, there's actually a website from NOAA that actually has on it a public roads drainage system in Worcester County, Maryland brochure, if you will, that describes the functioning of what you're referring to as our ditches, and that what they're supposed to accomplish and what they're not. Very interesting. At the same time, I think we do need to get moving on getting a view of can this be fixed or not. And that's what I think we have to answer, is at this point, that's what we need to know.
And there's a lot of people giving us a lot of opinions of how to fix it. It should be this, it should be that. We're saying, let's stop with that. Let's get an actual engineer that knows what they're doing and give us credible, here's what we can or can't do, and here's why.
Okay.
That's all we're saying. You know, to your point, Dan, let's
Move
get
on.
to it and get it done if we need to.
Moving right along.
Yes, sir. Yes.
I knew they'd catch it.
We'll take up a collection.
Good luck. All right, a couple positive things I want to hit you with. 17th annual Art Hanson Memorial Fishing Contest. The Ocean Pines Anglers Club did it. Over 88 children participated. Good event, well attended. I just thought that was the coolest picture, that little girl standing there. I thought, wow. So these are the positive things. I mean, just again, I always like to bring something positive at the meeting, so I thought that was really, really cool. The other thing is, this was something a little different for us, the Rally for the Cure, for breast cancer fundraiser. The tennis facility area also had their 3 racket sports that participate there. They all collectively got together and did this event. So they had all courts, everything being used. It was a great event. They raised several $1,000s for breast cancer. So I thought I'd point that out. That was a really, really neat thing that they did and a good event. And, in addition to the fundraising they did, the other really neat part is all 3 of the groups worked together for the event. So it wasn't just tennis or platform. I mean, everyone pulled together. So I think that's a great step in the right direction.
I'll take the opportunity now to fill in the board members. As you know, I'm the liaison to the tennis advisory group. Just want to let you know that all 3 of those groups out there, pickleball, paddleball, and tennis, have all really gotten on board with the idea of a campus approach to out there. They also want to involve the dog park, the playground. They're really looking at following the campus approach of cooperating with each other. So this is just a first of many cooperative approaches that they're taking, and I applaud what they're doing because they're really opening the door to a new way of looking at amenities in action plans. So I'll let you all know that. Go ahead, Bob.
All right, couple last things I want to bring to your attention. There's been a whole lot of talk lately. I've gotten calls, people questioning about budget, unbudgeted expenditures, those type of things. Spent a little time analyzing it this month so I can bring it to the board's attention and hopefully the membership's attention. We went back the last 3 years, looked at the unbudgeted new capital purchases. So new capital items that were purchased throughout the year that were not budgeted. In 2011, we purchased an antenna. That antenna was for the Mumfords landing pool area. It allowed communication between the pool and the yacht club via wireless for the new scan cards we were doing. That was it in 11 for the new capital purchases that were not budgeted. The next one, we looked at 2012. We did engineering plans, and that was at the Mankato Meadows campus. If you recall, we were looking at where to put a dog park, and we were also trying to solve a long-term drainage issue at the tennis courts. So that was an unbudgeted new capital expense that we incurred. That was the only unbudgeted new capital in that particular year. We move on to 2013. We had 4 of them. We had a dog park, which the board had approved, which was $31,000 all in with everything that got to it, of which 15 the community raised. So we had approximately $17,000 unbudgeted new capital purchase. The other 3 items, and again, this goes to the point where people say we're buying things, we're not paying attention to budget. The other 3 were, 1, we got an emergency generator during Hurricane Sandy. 2 was the blue handrail we have out here. And 3rd one was a snow blower. The reason we bought that on budget, we were trying to budget for the next year. We ended up getting that at a significantly lower price, so we took advantage of the pricing when we bought that. So when I hear unbudgeted, we just keep buying things, we are extremely cautious, and the board's, in my opinion, really watch this. We don't make new capital expenditures outside the budget very often. There's always a solid reason behind it. Okay, so I just wanted to point that out because I know there's been a lot of questions about it. I took the next step, asked Art and actually asked Pete Gomsack to look at it to make sure that I wasn't off base. The next one that comes up when you talk about unbudgeted, how are they impacted with the replacement items? Okay, replacement. So the new capital in the first section I'm showing you there actually do impact the budget number. The replacement doesn't because it's depreciated over the time and use of the particular element. 2011. Range of, there were 2 items in 2011 when I went back to look at it. Not cuffed? You're okay.
No, I'm okay.
There were 2 items that were bought that were part of the range renovation. If you recall, back in 11, the golf range was approved for renovation. It was renovated. They replaced all the range netting and range equipment around there. Again, again, they were on budget at the time. Southgate sign, another on budget. The Northgate signs were done. The contractor came back with the Southgate. Other items that popped up that were unbudgeted, but they were replacement. Had a cash register go bad at the yacht club, needed to be replaced. The dugouts at the ball field, they were budgeted the previous year. They weren't accomplished for whatever reason. So the very next year, again, you rolled over from that April 30th into May. The dugouts were budgeted, but they didn't carry over, but the work got accomplished. The two items on the bottom, we had the handicap lift at the country club. Again, unbudgeted, but it was a replacement item. That needed to be, if you all recall, the lift just broke and there was no way to repair it. We had to put a new one in. And the power washer that they used to power wash all of the cart barn area, all the carts and everything, had burnt out. It was very old. They replaced it. So when people are saying we're spending a whole lot of money on budget, I went through it detail. I had Art go through it to make sure. I want to know where the numbers are coming from. We're just not. I'm going to move forward. 2012. Again, this is an unbudgeted but a replacement item. So it means we have the item. It broke. Something happened during the year, and we had to replace it. We had several chainsaws. They were due to come up. They went bad. We replaced them. Pull back. We had a phone system. The server for the phone system burned up. Those things happen. We replaced it. Radios. The radios at the golf course were basically falling apart. We kept moving them around between the different call centers. We finally had to replace those. Again, they weren't budgeted, but when you can't communicate, they can't do their job, so we brought it to the board. Tables, I skipped road work, I'm going to come back to it. Tables, we had a couple tables that were broken, we replaced some tables. Again, nominal amounts. The road work, which did exceed the budget, and it was a larger amount, the board was aware of it. We talked about the Carrollton Lane area was the primary area where we did some work, and we brought you the numbers, and we had to accomplish. So these were unbudgeted, but they were replacement items that came up in 2012. $10 million budget, $35,000 of expenditures doesn't seem unreasonable, despite the fact the word out there is we keep spending money. These are right off the financials. Move to 13. Unbudgeted replacement. Golf cart batteries. If you recall, we budgeted to do golf cart batteries this year. They were in the budget, but we could take advantage of pricing, and we wanted to make sure the carts were working properly when we rolled into the new season. We had budgeted $60,000, which was approved in this year's budget. The board approved to make it out of budget. We were a month away from the new budget, $41,608. So it was almost a $19,000 savings by purchasing them at that time. In addition to that, they were ready when the course opened. Board approved. Tee signs. When we were doing all the renovations on the golf course, they were with all the renovations around the tee boxes. The board approved. We laid it all out. We looked at what the existing were, what the new were, and we replaced tee signs. That was last year. The items on the bottom. Kitchen, we had the beach club, and oven broke. Just at the beginning of the season, we had to replace it, so we bought it. Entry signs on golf. All those, the wood and everything was falling off. We cleaned them up, fixed them. Actually, Public Works did a great job putting them back together. We used vinyl, a number of other things. So it was relatively inexpensive. Sprayer, DPW, Public Works uses. Again, all small items. The only item on here, other than the golf-related ones, were the website. We had budgeted $18,500. By waiting, and we kept price comparison for what we want to do, we're actually spending $8,900 for it. So it was more cost-effective. So when you look at the big picture, if you pull the 90+ thousand out, and you just look at this, we are not big spenders for unbudgeted expenses, despite what folks have been saying over and over. Anybody wants to look at financials and pull them out, these are very, very low numbers. We're talking a $10 million budget on average. You're not doing a whole lot of unbudgeted expenditures, despite what some folks are saying right now. And I went back to look, because I'm thinking, am I missing something? Are we not following a rule book somewhere? Folks, we're following it to the T. And these are needed items. All right, the last thing I want... What?
I'm sorry that I didn't know in advance. I think I think it's totally, by the way, inappropriate. I mean, we expect to follow the agenda. We expect to be notified of discussions. And that's not even on your agenda. general manager's thing. I mean, that would give us time to perhaps better respond or look for our own numbers. Where's the Java Cafe for $100,000 on that list? That was budgeted? I was
Mr.
there, no, it wasn't.
You know what, Mr. Stevens? I pulled mine right off the numbers. We had
Where was the
Would you like me
900?
to answer, or are you going to just, I'll be happy to answer it. We had renovations.
No, I really don't want you to answer, because this is an inappropriate discussion at this time. If you in fact, had briefed us in advance that this was going to be part of your discussion, which is something that you do not do on a very regular basis. You pull things out and you present them, you go through them quickly without us having any opportunity to look to see their validity. So I'm not going to discuss it. No, I'm not.
All right,
Java Cafe, the greens replacement, all unbudgeted.
Okay, Mr. Stevens.
$1 million.
Again, you're getting excited about it. The reason that I'm going to tell you where it came from.
I don't want to know.
No, I'm going to
I
tell you,
don't
sir. You
care.
asked me a question. I'm not going to have you yell at me and me not defend
Hey,
it. Here's
I'm
why.
not, listen, this is an inappropriate discussion. I'm a board member, and I'm telling you right now, I don't want to.
Point of order. Point of order here. Bob? Just move
The
on.
only reason I did it, Mr. Terry, just so you know, is I was looking at the budget items. I was presenting year-end budget. These questions came up, so I included them. That was the only reason. There was no intent.
Let's move on.
3 items that need to be purchased that are in your budget, or that were given to you last week, and they are budgeted items. Golf maintenance, we have a turf vehicle and 2 commercial mowers.
Actually, that one is not.
And then Public Works, we have a spreader, a sprayer, a sand trike, and mower. They're all budgeted items. We're below the number, we're below the, what the actual budgeted number was on
Bob,
both.
one
first-
second, please. Terry, I understand you have to leave for a business obligation. I appreciate that. So I just want to make sure people know you weren't swimming out of the building. So, okay.
Come with you?
Yes, you can, Dave. If you want to go with Terry, go right on. Go ahead, Bob.
Sorry, Bob.
No, you're good.
You're good. Go ahead.
So the
By
first
the way,
one,
excuse me, there was a comment, again, I've got an issue here with the materials. There were materials handed out on Friday, the board packet came out on Monday.
But you gave me.
But the board packet came out on Monday, Marty. I gave you the financials you were asking for on Friday.
You give me this. You give me the whole package.
No, I didn't. I said the board
You
packet.
gave me all of this. I've been in the, there's
right.
nothing in my package as of
I'm
this
not gonna
morning.
go through this again.
I've got it all.
You got an email, everybody here got a board packet on Monday, this was in there. You didn't pick it up, I can't do anything about that. I
You
delivered
did?
you some financials on Friday that you asked for.
Tom, you gave me this entire package. There's nothing else in my package since then.
Go ahead, Bob.
okay, the requests we have, we're going to start with the golf one. I read what they are. The golf folks have requested the item, they'd like to use the top one for the 3 pieces of equipment, and I've included everything in there. You see we have it budgeted, it's below budgeted numbers. It's equipment that's due for replacement. It's actually a little overdue if you see the pieces of the equipment are beat up pretty bad.
Which bid are we talking?
The golf.
The golf.
The golf, and
Thank
I'd
you.
like to use the
Okay.
John Deere on top. That was their
Okay.
recommended one. They do it a little different. When Rusty put together, it was a little different than what Eddie's team does. Similar format, but they didn't put recommend by staff on the top one. That's the one they'd like to do.
So what is it we're looking at?
81,920.
Correct.
Finch, John Deere. So utility vehicle?
I'm trying to find it in the budget.
You need a motion to approve this.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I will make a motion to approve the recommendation from general manager and the golf committee. Or Casper, I guess, is that correct? Casper, okay, thank you.
Second.
Moved and seconded, discussion.
We're talking about a heavy-duty turf utility vehicle,
Yes.
a light-duty turf vehicle, 2 of them. What are we talking about?
Heavy duty turf It's a new vehicle, correct.
Okay, what's the bid amount?
It was estimated at 25 and it came at 19.
And that's it?
The out front rough unit was estimated at 25, it came in at 19.9.
Got it?
And the third one was dedicated rough unit estimated at 50 and it came in at 42.6. So it's all under budget.
Just 3 items.
Correct.
Thank you.
You have a first and second on the floor.
Call the question, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay.
Additional mowers, these are public works mowers. Again, you have them. Recommendation is the top item. Budgeted number was 28, came in at 26.2, so it's below budget. It was a budgeted item, and the request is to purchase.
Move to approve.
I'll second it.
Discussion?
Yeah, I mention this every time. I wish we'd include the taxes in this because we gotta pay it. And the taxes, of course, put a little over the budget, but not enough to matter.
Call the question, all those in favor? Aye. Opposed?
I'm finished, Mr. Terry.
Oh, thank you, Bob.
Okay, moving right along. Sharon O'Hare, Clubs Committee report.
I have a question on the back of the report, if I may.
Sure.
We were talking about trash service. Bob, did we already discuss this about this approved increase? Did we vote for approved increase, or is there an approved?
It's in the contract.
It's in the contract.
It is in the contract?
Yes, sir.
And the CPI is at 2.8. Is that right?
I don't know the detail. I just know that there was part of the contract included that. Because I hadn't studied it, but it was in the contract for the original agreement.
Can hear you.
Okay. Sharon?
Les, are you still here?
I'm still here.
Good, thank you, Les. You didn't fall asleep or anything, I'm okay. The Clubs Committee has been working very hard, and Les Purcell is the chair of the Clubs Committee. So I'm going to ask him to give a little report on what they've been doing on the new renamed the Yacht Club contest. So go ahead, Les, it's all yours.
Okay.
B is for boondoggle.
Sure, I'll pass them out.
I got you.
Oh, okay.
Les, if you want a microphone, you can have my chair right here.
Hasn't made money in 45 years.
You done? Okay. I know this is the real reason you all came here. However, if you don't have a level 5 security clearance, you have to leave. Sharon is the liaison to our committee, and she came to the board a few months ago and got their okay for us to proceed with a name change idea than the Yacht Club. This is not to change the name of the Yacht Club, which will remain the Yacht Club. This is to add a name, a different name to the restaurant and grill inside of the Yacht Club. You would not believe the number of people that over the last couple of years that have requested that we do that. For several reasons. The main reason is because an awful lot of people believe when you talk about the Yacht Club that it's a private club and that you need to be a member, and a lot of people don't go there for that reason. So since we're rebuilding anyway, we decided to go ahead and change the name, or try to change the name. And we made it a contest for everybody in the community to do that. The voting began on May the 25th, and it ended on July the 14th. And we got 466 names submitted. The committee had a little session, 5 or 10 minutes, on the 18th of July, and we picked out, we
selected 8 names. There were some duplications that we could eliminate, but we kept a record of the names of all the people who submitted them, and even the ones that were eliminated will be done by a draw. There's a prize for the winner of the final selected name, which will be down the road. Be dinner for 2 at the yacht club, the new yacht club. So we selected 8 names, and they are, hold on to your seats. The Bay Breeze Bar and Grill.
Bay Bridge?
Bay Breeze. The Bayside Grill was the second. Harbor View was the third. Marina Cove Bistro and Pub. Mariners Cove. Seabreeze Bar and Grill. The Water's Edge. And finally, The View.
Put it on TV. Start over.
How about the chew?
You a Republican or a Democrat?
I don't want to hear about that. You going to do the second part?
Yes. First of all, I want to thank Les and the committee. They had a huge task. And I thank the community of Ocean Pines for coming up with all these great names. They narrowed it down to these 8, and here the next step is up to the board now. And I would like to suggest that at the organizational meeting after the election, that we put this on the agenda to take a look at these 8 names and see, do we want to narrow it down? Do we, as a board, want to add a name? I mean, it's certainly up to the board. They can do that if they choose to. Or how do we want to handle it? For that point, on September 1st, we would like to make the announcement as to what the narrowed down list is, or the list for the public to vote on. So you will be allowed to vote from approximately September 1st to, I think, November 1st, Les? I think that was the date. And Teresa is working on a way for us to vote online. It's 1 vote per property owner, and it's just kind of a fun thing to get you involve the community in. So I'd like to have this, let the board think about it and put it on the agenda to handle this on the organization meeting afterwards. Les, thank you for your committee. Great job.
Thanks to the whole committee and everybody involved in this. And,
Les, Jim wanted to know all the names.
Hey, Les,
I'll give you a copy.
before you sit down, Les, just out of curiosity, did the committee talk with our marketing department? I mean, were they involved with?
Yes, they were involved right from the
evaluating-
beginning. And Teresa was a very big help right from day one.
So I mean, I'm looking for our professional's opinion in terms of, are any of these better from a marketing standpoint than any others?
That's a good question. I'm not sure I can answer that right here. We did try to go through, pick out the most appropriate ones. Some of them were a little...
There was one that said Dan's Bar Grill. We crossed that one out.
But no, I'm really serious when I ask that.
There's a lot of comedians.
Some of them, like the Marina Cove Bistro and Pub, kind of delineates one sort of environment, and some of the other ones are environment neutral, or you know what I'm saying.
Yes.
I kind of like to get a read on somebody's opinion of which one of these is going to be more marketable than the others, if we can. Okay?
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
That's cool.
Hey, I'm not the president. I'm not running this one.
All right.
No, I don't have those minutes.
Mr. Dan, you are up next.
Sure we don't get to take a break first?
No, it's going to be long enough as it is.
I am
liaison to the Marine Activities Advisory Committee. In the past year, this committee has been disbanded and reconstituted, and is now very functional and very directly involved in several projects. There are two things that I would like to comment to the board on about the committee's duties this year. One of them is on the 26th of June, Bob Thompson and staff conducted, and he reported on a survey with respect to the boat ramp, which was dealing with how many people actually use the ramps, who were they, and should we be charging access fees. The decision on the access fees was kind of left up in the air. The MAC committee came back with a very specific analysis of that report and with a bottom line recommendation. And their bottom line recommendation is, and I quote, "The Marine Activities Advisory Committee is strongly opposed to any fee being charged to users, residents or not, of the boat ramps, White Horse and or the Yacht Club." And they gave a list of 6 reasons. I'm not going to bore you with reading the reasons. I think their recommendation stands, and it's now on the record for the board's reference. Secondly, they have taken a long, hard look at the White Horse boat ramp, which those of you who dip your boats know had some serious problems in terms of cracks. It also has a serious structural problem at the end of the ramp, which was not designed to be corrected this year, but is being looked at by staff for inclusion in next year's budget. And it also needed some mooring cleats and some other things done. The work to patch and repair that particular ramp has been done. The MAC committee is very happy with what they see having been done there and satisfied that it's progressing nicely as a project. They're also involved in a couple of other things that are going to be kind of interesting when they come out, but they would rather not start talking about them just yet. Their minutes of their meetings are available on the website with the minutes of all the other advisory committees, and their meeting schedule is available in the same place for those of you who'd like to go. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Any questions of Dan? Okay, let's take a 5-minute nature break and we'll come right back.
Sorry, Bob.
That's it. You got it. Don't thank you.
Let's get started again. Thank you.
Election year. Pure election year.
Now, Michelle, is that microphone over there working now or not? Because this one miraculously appears to have come to life, and I don't know why.
It comes to life.
I did too.
It comes to life when you speak close to it.
Yeah, well, I mean, I've been damn near shouting into the thing.
Well, this one's working from this distance, so.
Yeah, right. I don't know.
How's that? Good. Still hear it?
Moving right along at an energetic pace.
Yes.
Magic. Somebody waved a wand.
Turn up the volume.
It works better when you close.
Well,
Okay.
very good.
Moving on the agenda, the next thing on the agenda is public comment. Sir. Since we don't have a micro, yeah, go ahead, just
You can definitely want to hear me.
go right ahead.
started at the pond and moved all the way down to the pump house out on Beauchamp Road. He told me just about everything that was wrong with the old drainage area back there. He didn't charge me a dime. Okay? I have access to a lot of free engineering through work. I've offered this before. Nobody wants to take me up on it. So would you want to go spend the money? I think you should at least listen to the guy before you go spend money. He's not going to charge you. That's a favor to me.
Okay, thank you. Next, let's see.
Over here.
Clear in the back, I'm covered. Clear in the back.
I'm Phil Sheridan, I live on Ocean Parkway. I guess right off the bat, I heard a lot, but I'll use as excuses for things not working. And Bob, I've heard previous years, I've heard, hey, we're going to change the menu. We're going to get a new cook in. We're going to do this. These three amenities that you brought up particularly, I don't think they've made money in the last, 7 years? 40. 12, 19, 40. I've only done 7. You haven't brought up, we vote for you guys and gals to do something about stuff, not just to approve something that's not going to work. There's a thing of, do we need it, do we want it, and how much? And I don't think we're getting that out of you all. All we're doing is saying, build it, let's do it. And I think we've got to think more in the beginning of it, long before we say we're going to build a yacht club. Is it going to be profitable? Chances are, look at history. It's not going to be profitable. We're paying up to half of the price of the $2 million for weddings, not even for us. So, I mean, the theory behind everything just doesn't seem to work well. Bob, you mentioned about Casper. They gave you the budget. We don't have any control. Don't we have any control over the golf? Anybody have an answer? Okay, I'll move on to the next one. It's unfortunate, but we got an amenity that's huge. We have no reason to have that amenity because no one plays it compared to the other 36 golf courses in the local area, okay? But no one can tell me we have control over the...
Well, obviously, we have control over the budget because we vote for it once a year. And I'm not going to get into a give and take with the board and to the audience here, but obviously, we do have control over the budget. We vote for it every year.
I was told, I just heard Bob say we give it to you every year. We have no control over it, he said. Now, which answer is correct?
As we have a 3-year contract, it's up to us when the contract, it's up to us if to renew the contract. If the contract isn't done, then everything will fall back on us. But you're right, over the years, the association didn't do that good a job of running the golf course. That's why we brought in the pros.
When you haven't done it, period. What's the drive to do it? What are you going to do that haven't done? You brought Billy Casper, didn't do anything. We didn't do anything. I mean, you have hundreds of thousands of dollars out there and a lot of capital money that's not showing in that loss column spent the past 2 years. Oh, I think the last I saw, like 3% of the homeowners maybe sign up for golf or participate in golf. That's 97% that are paying a big ticket for somebody who 3%. I don't mean to be nasty. I'm just telling the truth. And I'm not hearing any answers other than, swim club, or the covered pool. I joined it 1 year, basically for my own purposes. And maybe it's put out someplace. I haven't seen it. But if you're there at the wrong time, you're not going to get in. Or you're going to be in one lane with 30 other people. And that's, if you pay, $400 a year to join them all or whatever, $450, you should have access to it except when it doesn't have things going on. But you've got paddle kicking people, you've got teams, you've got swim teams, you've got everything going on, and we're paying big bucks
Don't bring us the news. Where does the money come from? Anybody know? Bob? Come on. Out of reserves? Kind of a backdoor way of paying for it. Sorry, I'm done.
Yes, sir.
I think this lady had her hand up.
She was before you? Okay.
Okay, let her go.
Okay, that's fine.
Hi, I'm Carolyn Ellis. I live over on Brandywine. I've been here 6 years. And you'll be happy to know that I am not going to dress you down for anything. I will make this short. Two things. You were talking about opening the pool. I think those of us who just love that yacht club pool, people like Sharon's always over there, and those of us who voted for it, even if it's only open a month, I think the PR would be wonderful, and we can say we got something out of it this year, even if it's only from August 7th to September 7th, that even two or 3 weeks is better than none, and we really miss that because, those of us who've already been through our kids and so forth, really don't want to go swimming with a whole bunch of Yankee kids, too bad. If that's prejudice, then tough. Okay, the reason I really came, though, is I understand with this garbage business, the gentleman over here, a lot of us are onto this. We understand that it's only in the planning stages or discussion stages. I understand now that the contract is going through December 2014. However, whether or not you change it to once a week, twice a week, recycle, whatever, the bottom line of myself and my husband and a bunch of other people I know is that we should have the right to opt out as we do now. Now, because, for instance, we recycle glass, paper, plastic, compost vegetables, and for 2 people, it would be 1 little bag of garbage. Well, somebody said to us, you can buy a dump permit for $60 and take your own. And it also has the advantage that, let's say you've done some, chicken or something you want to get rid of on the spot, you can take it over there. You don't have to wait and have it set. But I don't mind paying my HOA fees, but I don't want to be charged for something that I'm not using. And I'm not the only one. Lady across the street is there maybe 2 weeks a year. Lady next door is selling her place. She's there 2 weeks a year. I don't think it's fair. I know there's politicians around here who say, if you've got the money to own a second home, you can pay your garbage. But really, I know a lady who her house is underwater. She's selling it because she can't afford to keep it. And so, you can't assume that because somebody has a second home that they're filthy rich. This isn't necessarily true. So I really think that for many reasons, people having a small amount of garbage and so forth, that especially if you're going to put up our fees to pay for the rest of the garbage, I don't think that's fair. As I said in one of the emails to the board, we don't live in a fascist state here. I mean, we choose to live here, we choose to pay the fees, we choose to be part of it. But I think there's certain things we should be able to determine, yes, we want to be in on this, no, we don't want to be in on it. And so that's my feeling about the garbage. And I know I'm not the only one who feels that way. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
I just want to address this stormwater issue, I think.
Name and address, I know who you are, but for the record.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jack Collins, and I live on, where do I live? I live in Harbor Village. Anyway, I want to address the study that Mr. Avita and Bob proposed, the engineering study. And I would like the committee to consider this. Just an idea, just consider it. As one of the folks pointed out here, he has a degree of expertise in stormwater management at a county level. I've met a lot of people in the community who are civil engineers, one of which was a hydraulic engineer. Why don't we set up an ad hoc subcommittee with a start date and an end date to take a look at these issues as they pertain to stormwater management
And even Bob's, and Bob's, it is Bob,
Jerry.
right? Jerry and Bob's idea to perhaps do an outside study. That way, don't you think you get community buy-in? And what I'm hearing here is I'm concerned about whether or not there is serious community buy-in to the things that are going on at the board level and at the administration level. And I've met a lot of you folks. You're good people, and you're well-intentioned. And by God, you're not getting paid for this. So you're doing this out of, I'll speak for myself. I'm doing this because I feel like I want to contribute something back to the community. If I burn out in 3 years, I'm gone. I'm not going to run back. But I think that we can enlist the support of all these folks sitting in this room who have been sitting here for 3 hours listening to this and develop a consensus and solve a problem that will answer Dan Stursky's question as to how really big a problem is this? And can we really get community buy-in? Please, strongly consider that. And let's not make decisions at the board level unless we get input from the community or the membership level. That's all.
Hi, I'm Ron Mason.
That was my wife that was clapping.
Oh,
Go ahead, sir.
29 St. Gordon's Lane. I'd like to thank
The
Tom.
name, sir, please.
For
Ron Mason? Okay, good. Good.
you need the address again, or you good?
No, you're good. Go ahead.
Okay. For you guys coming by during the storm, as you know, we have a drainage problem, St. Martin's. Apparently, we need to get some engineering assistance to look at putting the pipe under the street. I talked to Bob about it. I don't know if we have an engineering firm on board that can look at this, get a task order out there. But again, we had a lot of water, like I know a lot of other people did in the Pines. But this, to me, is something to be prevented if we get the pipe to get the water across the street. So I heard some talk about a survey or engineering study over at the Interlinks. I hear a thing about a survey going on about Section 3. Well, I'm in Section 2. And I came 7 months ago and showed you pictures of a yard. We were down there. Twice now we've had to replace all the ductwork under 3 of our houses. Our garage gets flooded. I mean, I don't know, even legally, if we can use our backyards as a stormwater basin. But that's what it is, because it cannot get across the street. And you've been aware of it now for 7 months. No engineering study's been on it. So I just want to know whether a task order can be assigned to an engineering firm if we have one on board, or one could be assigned just to look at that task of getting the water across the street. I know some of the other areas may be miles of drainage, but this seems to be an isolated case, just getting water from one side of the street to the other by putting in the proper pipes. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob.
30 artists, 32nd Board of Staff Place. I too came here tonight basically for the trash day. I'm totally against 1 day a week trash pickup. We have enough trash in our ditches now, and our main drain ditches even. By having the trash once a week, we're going to even have more. Not only that, but where I live at, I got critters everywhere. Possums, raccoons, snakes, field rats, field mice. Trash laying around for a week at a time or more because of the holidays, trucks breaking down. These critters come out. It presents an unhealthy situation. I don't care how much I got to pay to get it taken away. I want to take it away twice a week. Also, I don't want the association controlling my money for a service that I may or may not want. I just feel that's wrong. Another thing I'm here tonight for is bylaws. I see many times bylaws are being tweaked here and tweaked there. What I like to see is an article in the bylaws that protects communities' integrity and possible from a lawsuit. 3 years ago, Tom Wilson was fired. He was fired, and the immediate impact was, because he was unjustly fired, he walked away with thousands of dollars of community money. Number one. Number two, one of those directors got his job. So this employee of this community was fired still open, and he sued this community. His livelihood was taken away from him, and his professional image was tarnished because of what happened. And the third thing I'm going to echo, the gentleman who was just here talking about his flooding problem. I was at a meeting months ago when you were here. This problem still exists, obviously, right? Right. Instead of you trying to help this citizen out, you snuck around last year trying to spend $1.5 million on a land proposal that this community certainly doesn't have the money for, doesn't need, when the citizen has this serious problem. Really and truly, what the hell is going on here? Good question.
Thank you.
Have a nice night.
Thank you very much.
Chip 13098 Nottingham Lane. With regard to storm drainage, did I understand correctly that there are utilities that are being popped through our drainage systems in some areas? Did I understand that correctly?
Yes.
Is there any sort of liability from either a developer or contractor or the utility companies itself to indemnify Ocean Pines for that cut through?
Write that down.
Yeah, let us get, that's certainly one to look into. Again, we'll get you an answer to that.
We should charge him for the right to keep it.
Who goes first?
Doug Sawyer Lane, 8 Cove Lane. It appears to me that there's an increased incident of breaks in the water main. I was wondering who has the responsibility for deciding that the piecemeal fix of this problem is no longer cost effective and they have to redo the whole system, and what would be the impact on the community? Are there answers available to that?
I'll give you an answer to that one. It's the county. The water system is controlled and managed by the county. Strictly.
So it's purely in their value? Yes.
Thank you. Joe Reynolds, 84 Watertown Road. Back on 7/8, July 8th, I sent a email to the board of directors in reference to something I happened to notice in the newsletter. And it says, and I believe this is produced by the Ocean Pines Association, but it says, neither the association or its officers can be held responsible for the content of this newsletter. And my question to the board, and it went unanswered like everything else, but who is responsible? I don't want to answer any of these questions right now, but anyway, if OPA is not responsible for what's in its newsletter, who is? That was my question. You can reply to me offline later. On 7/12, July 12th, I sent an email to the board of directors and asked if I could receive a copy of the Casper monthly budget for golf. Never received a reply of any kind, not even a we'll get back to you. On June 28th, 2013, I sent an email to the board of directors inquiring about the aquatics loan and the way it was being charged in our yearly operational budget. I did receive a response, but the issue has not been resolved. And again, that goes back to 6/28/2013. What that involves, just to refresh your memory, is there's a $500,000 loan, and the board motion that created that loan, the motion was made by Mr. Unger, one of his prior appearances on the board, was that the aquatics budget, the total payments on that loan would be in the operational budget. They are not and have not been. The only thing that's in the operational budget is the interest. Now the board could vote to change that, but the motion stood as it was made. The original Gantt chart, I hear today, you said that the original date for completion, I believe, was March 28th or something to that effect. I find that the contractor told us that the completion date was going to be March 28th. Why would this board of directors sat around and discussed having a New Year's Eve opening day? Think about it.
We actually discussed that. You did. As though it were serious, at 2 different meetings. We're going to open, have a grand opening on New Year's, but the building's not going to be finished until March. From June the 11th, 2013, I sent an email to the Board of Directors asking about observing the count of the vote. I brought it up at the last board meeting. Mr. Terry said that he couldn't get involved, and Mr. Unger couldn't get involved because they're candidates. Of course, all of the people who are involved in the votes were appointed by Mr. Terry. Not that that's unusual, because that's just the way it works. However, the board resolution says that the votes will be counted by the elections committee in closed session. And on June the 11th, I asked the board of directors, tell me what part of the Maryland Homeowners Association Act the committee would use to go into closed session. I've yet to get an answer. What I would suggest, and I think it's fairly simple, is that the board at least extend an opportunity to all of the candidates to observe the counting of the votes. And the reason for that is not that you don't trust people, but the most important thing about elections is perception. This community needs to have the perception that there's nothing going on. And we all know that perception in this community is often very far from reality. So I would just ask that the board consider that. And finally, back when Bill Rako was president, or on the board of directors, the board of directors passed a resolution describing how the agenda for the meetings would be prepared. I sat through those meetings. I listened to the discussions. One of Mr. Rako's big things was that resolutions that the board is going to consider should be made available to the membership prior to the time that they're going to be made at the meeting, because public comments come before the motions. So if you say, like this current meeting, there's a motion to change the sign laws in Ocean Pines, or whatever it is. I don't have a clue what that motion is. Nobody in this room does. Maybe you up there at the head table does. But I don't have a clue. So maybe it impacts people, maybe it doesn't. But Mr. Stukursky, as secretary, made pretty much a decision that we weren't going to supply those motions, that the language that Mr. Rako and the board at that time created didn't say what it was meant to say. And I don't know why we always have this problem with giving people information. There should be no fear of giving people information. There should be a desire to give people information. It should be a part of your goal to constantly give people the most information you can give them. And I don't think it's asking too much that the association members have the motions that are going to be made at the meeting. At any rate, thank you very much.
Very well said, Joe.
Yes, sir.
Hi, I'm Brian Costello. I'm a resident of Philadelphia. Sorry about that, guys. But a summer resident here at 44 Taylor the Fox. My first question is, where did that name come from? Taylor the Fox. Well, I got the snakes and all the other stuff. Anyway, 44 Taylor the Fox. Listen, I got a couple things just to give you some feedback. Number one, on the golf. I love the game. I don't play too well, but I love the game. Managed to play Ocean Pines maybe 10, 12, 15 times. I got to tell you, I love it. It is one fantastic course, and I've played on a lot of courses in my career. I mean, the fairways are fantastic with the greens. Yeah, there's probably all kinds of problems, but I can tell you, when you step over it with that club in your hand and hit that velvet and watch that ball straight ahead for about 20 or 30 feet, I mean, you're loving it, you know what I mean? It is, so, and when Billy Casper was here, there must have been about 50 people on the green. He's standing by that door, and the little hole was over there by the screen. Now this guy's what, 80? He decides to hit the ball from there, and I'll be damned, went right in the cup. Went right in the cup. That in itself was worth the day. You know, seeing an 80-year-old guy do something like that. I went back and tried it with everybody. I took a 4 to go from there to here. The other thing is the 4th of July. I got to tell you, man, I don't know who was in charge of that, but they ought to be applauded. One hell of a day. My wife and I both are ex-military, and I got to tell you, it was moving. It was really moving. It was fun. My family was up here. My grandkids were up. Thank you very much for one heck of a day. Other than the last thing, which is the budget stuff, there's a lot of pain that I sense are going through. I don't know a lot of people here, but with all the amenities and the prices and the yacht club, and there's a lot of stuff. But it sounds like it's working its way out. At least people are listening. And I agree with the lady back here. I mean, we've been to that club up there, the pool. Oh, every time I come down, we love the place. We love it. So just, struggling on. Keep it going. My real question has to do with the budget. I went online to see some of the numbers. I got the forecast of budget for the year 13-14, which we're in right now, which is about $14 million. Interestingly enough, good balance sheet on 13.9 and everything's there. But then I ran across a document not included in the proposed budget. Okay, what I would call capital expenditures. There's a lot of line items down to 1.4 million. So you add the 1.4 to the 14, we're talking 15.4 budget. And this really isn't in the budget. I guess my question would be, if you wanted to answer, is, where do the numbers come from? I mean, is it going to be in a separate document? Is it going to be included in the operating budget? I mean, I was brought up in the businesses I've been in, we had capital and then we had operating. They were two separate budgets. Maybe that's here, but somehow those numbers, I think, have to be included somewhere.
Yeah, I think that one, before the confusion gets too far out of hand, we need to answer that one. Go ahead, Bob. On the list, the 1.4. I just don't want people to think we got $1.4 million.
You can try putting from over there today.
Your putt allowed me to talk. Thank you.
No, and I'll look at the document with you afterwards, but I believe you're referring to the list of items that were considered, but we did not include them. These were other things that were brought up that were basically not included in this year's budget. They were considered but not included.
Yeah, is that what it is?
Yeah, they were things that we thought about, things that were submitted, but they just did not make the budget cut.
All right, but they're in effect in the capital budget for this coming year.
No,
you're not.
They're
not in there at all.
No.
They were presented but not approved.
Just to help you, it's a
So
way
these
for
are
us.
items that were considered, they won't put in. So from a numbers standpoint and from a performance standpoint, this is a meaningless number. Just,
The only
hey, they were
thing-
there, but we took them out.
The only thing that list is for is so we remember the things that have been there before that have been rejected and we think about them.
All right.
Okay? Thank you.
That's a heck of a deal. Thank you.
Anybody else before I go returns? Bill?
Bill Cordwell, 558 Ocean Parkway. At the last meeting, a gentleman got up, read a prepared statement. It was published in the paper under Stop the Bullying or whatever, okay? That was his opinion. Apparently, he's on the Aquatics Advisory Committee. 2 board members decided to show up and confront him over his letter. I don't believe he was on the agenda of the advisory committee meeting. I don't believe he gave out any information from the advisory committee meeting in his presentation. If I read my social media correctly, I believe that's what happened. That 2 members, 2 board directors who had not previously gone to Aquatics Committee meeting went there to confront him over that. That's just not the way to do things. And my question is, and it's rhetorical because this is not a question, this is public comment, but my question is there a reason why we think that we can't get people to volunteer and do things in this community when we have action like that? Okay, that's over. On a personal note, because of next meeting, a lot of things will be going on. I just want to personally thank Dave Stevens for his 6 years, his time and dedication to this board and to this community. Dave, you've done some wonderful things, and I appreciate everything you've done. I don't want to single out the other two candidates because they may be back, but Dave, at least for this year, won't be back, and I appreciate you. Thank you.
I'd like to respond to that, since he's talking about me. There were at least 4 people I could see that were in the room when that happened. Did I confront the gentleman, or did I speak during public comments, as is my absolute right? Did I confront you? Were you there?
I'm not in this discussion.
Were you there, Dave?
Yeah.
Tom, did I confront the guy? No, I set the record straight.
Excuse me, a director is a director. Everybody knows you're a director. I don't care what you say that your public comments or whatever. A director is a director. You're always going to be known as a director. So that's a smokescreen right there. If you went there and talked about the gentleman's letter, he's entitled to his opinion like everybody else in this room.
And me also, I'm entitled to my opinion.
All right.
Well, thank you very
Well, you
much.
should have done it in this forum, not in an advisory committee.
Any
You go there
form I
after-
want,
after the
thank you.
Okay. You do have to remember, Bill, that we really, sitting up here, have a very limited ability, and actually it's pretty much no ability, to respond to what anybody else says. So, taking an opportunity, when it arises to set the record straight, is appropriate as long as it's done at the right time, in the right venue. But at any rate,
Okay. Due to the time, I'm not going to have another round of, unless it's very short. We've been here for 3.5 hours already.
Question, MediaCom.
Yeah, I wasn't referring to you, but go right ahead. Go for it. I was referring to you. Go ahead. By all means. No, I was not referring to you at all. Go right ahead.
MediaCom. We have your name, please. Tina with One Breezeway.
Okay?
MediaCom. How many more years do we have on over this contract?
Forever. It's about 2017, I believe, off the top of my head.
You voted on that.
Previous boards long ago.
Yep.
Please don't do it again.
It's
Oh, my God.
if you're, ma'am,
Yeah, there's a, go ahead, Dave.
I was just going to say, ma'am, if you go to the webpage, our webpage, and look up, and you'll see something that says MediaCom report or statement or something like that, that kind of goes through the history of how we got there with them, and kind of implies why we're going to stay with them into the future.
Well, you don't have to stay with your
No, but
Well, I called them, and, well, my husband did, and basically the girl said on the other side, you're tough. She said, you got us for
Okay.
that year. I just wanted to know, is there a way, if we're unhappy with the company, can we try to get out of the contract?
Ma'am, let me just close it out this way to give you, because there is a document on the website you can read. I used to write contracts for a utility and to lock things down. Whoever wrote that contract on behalf of MediaCom's predecessor should have been promoted. It was extremely well written for their side. It was not well written for us at all. But there's a whole history of how it got voted on, and if you want to talk after the meeting, I'll be glad to talk to you about it. I mean, I'm aware of it. I need to move on in the agenda. She does have an option. No, she doesn't. We just need to talk. We need to talk after the meeting, okay? I'm going to move on to the new business. We have a motion from, I'll just read it. It's my motion. Motion, the Board of Directors hereby authorizes and directs the President to execute the attached supplement to the September 30th, 2011 Memorandum of Understanding between the Association and Ocean Pines Volunteer Fire Department.
Second.
Directors, a meeting on September 20th, 2011, the association and the department, the parties, on September 30th executed an MOU which made certain changes to the September 11th, 1977 agreement between the parties. The provisions of the MOU reflected certain significant changes in the department's operations with the execution of the original agreement, including the provision of the department for EMS services and significant additional funding received from the department from medical insurance providers, including Medicare. The MOU, among other things, also reflected the association's funding of the department's capital reserve for capital assets based on estimated future replacement costs of those assets rather than the cost. The net of this, and I won't read the rest of this background and discussion, the net of this, folks, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, is when we signed the MOU of agreement between the two organizations, there was one issue that clearly needed to be resolved, and it was recognized in the MOU, which was how are we going to handle the capital reserve replacement part of the agreement. And since its inception, since 2011, there have been other pieces of the relationship between the fire department and us that needed to have some operational dates applied to them, such as when is the true-up going to be done, when do the capital reserve studies have to be done, specifically putting dates and times on the philosophy, if you were, that was behind the original MOU. So that's what's behind this motion. I'm going to suspend the rules for a second. I invited Billy to sit through this. I know he wouldn't have wanted to miss it. Billy, I invited you here to speak to this motion since you're the other side of it. I believe you guys have agreed to this. I'll let you speak. Go ahead.
Yes, I'm here sitting in place of our president, Dane Healy, who's out of state on vacation this week. Our board of directors, the fire department, met at our regular board of directors meeting last Tuesday, a week ago Tuesday, and unanimously chose to accept this proposal. So from the fire department side of things, we're in complete agreement and prepared to sign when you guys approve as well.
But we have a motion and a second already.
I have a question. Go ahead, please. In reading through this, I find that my ethnic background is showing very strongly, because I didn't understand a whole lot of it. But beyond that, I couldn't decide whose fiscal year you were talking about as I went through this. Is it Ocean Pines fiscal year or the fire department's fiscal year, or are they the same? They are the same. They're the same. I didn't know that. Thank you very much.
Any other questions? Yes. Yes, sir.
The fire department approved this on the 16th. And
Yes, the board of directors of the fire
board of
department.
directors. And I'm assuming that they had some time to read this and go.
Absolutely.
It's kind of, because I mentioned that because people here won't know that there is a 5-page addendum to the agreement supplement, and there's then another 5 pages of explanation of the supplement. So it would have taken your board a little time to go through it and check it out, I imagine. So you probably had it a few days. Well, I just mentioned this because we got ours yesterday afternoon. What? Yeah, yesterday afternoon. And, well, when did we get it then, Tom? I didn't see it before that.
Yeah, I haven't got it.
What? Dan?
It was in your package on Monday morning in your mail slot.
Oh, okay. Monday morning we had it.
And I am sorry, but I did advise everybody on the board on Friday afternoon they wouldn't.
Why didn't we have it on the 16th when the fire department had it?
Well, that's my problem with setting up an agenda is to deliver materials to the board 3 days.
I didn't say this was your problem, man. I said it's a problem.
I can answer that question. I asked the fire department to go through the review of it to make sure they agreed with it before I brought it to this board. There was no point in bringing it here if the other side of the relationship was not going to agree to it.
I think we can do things in parallel. I think this is an unacceptable amount of time. I mean, totally unacceptable amount of time to be able to look at a document. Now, Dan said, and I don't blame Dan one little bit, they couldn't understand much of it. It has nothing to do with your ethnic background either, Dan. It's that complicated.
It is complicated.
And this is an insufficient amount of time to be able to study it and look at it.
Well, with due respect, I don't know about you, Dave, but I did find the time to go back through the whole package, including the original memorandum of understanding, which we had in our files. And although I still have some questions about it, frankly, I'm comfortable with what's being proposed. I'm very comfortable with the fact that the fire department agrees with it, and I'm going to vote to approve it.
Well, I had the advantage of actually going through the first part of the process with the MOU itself. So I understand the basics of what's in here, okay? At least what I think's in here. But on the other hand, that's not the same thing as being able to actually have the time to sit down and read it and see it.
May I?
Yes.
This was emailed to us Monday morning. And I then emailed you because it says on page 1, the MOU is enclosed in your board package. Not there. And Exhibit A, not there. And Exhibit B, not there. Thank you. You sent them to me, I believe, late Monday. And then the board or somebody sent them out from admin on Tuesday. Guys, that's not enough time for anybody to do their due diligence. Now, I'm going to vote for it also because I believe that the fire department's done their due diligence, and I think that's
You know, just for the record, folks, just so that we get everything level set here, I have along captured and written, how many pages was it? 5 pages of detailed introduction and explanation to the board of directors, trying to explain that it is a very complex issue, which was written in advance for the board to have, so they had it in their hands before we got here at 6:45 on Wednesday night. I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Thank you.
No, not opposed. Hey, if you don't mind, Mr. President, conduct the meeting. Take my vote. I abstain.
Fine. It's your choice. Next motion, sports court pool, Marty.
I move the board of directors instruct the general manager to initiate the required maintenance project of the sports court pool beginning in late August or whenever the biannual pool purge and acid wash is scheduled. The projects to include new skimmers, equalized coping, tile, and plaster with a diamond bright finish as a preferred option suggested by the Aquatics Advisory Committee. GM's further instructed to present bids for board review and approval either at a special board meeting to be called the first or second week of August, or by email with unanimous consent. It is the intent of this motion that the work would be completed during the time frame while the sports court pool is already scheduled to be closed. The OPA will keep at least one other pool open for use. The GM is also instructed to immediately notify the membership through press releases and other means about the closure of the sports court pool in the August-September time frame for this project to be completed.
Second.
Discussion.
This guy's been in the budget for, I said 3 years, it's 5 years. 5 years we've budgeted resurfacing the pool. It's at a point now where you can get behind the maintenance curve to a point where it's not fixable. We proved that. We're sitting in it.
Bob's RFP that he described earlier responding to this?
I think so.
That's what this is.
So I mean,
I'm not responding to it. It was
coincidentally went out right after the motion was made.
Yeah, the only, Marty, the only thing in your motion, from my perspective, that's not covered in the RFP that's on the streets is 8 suppliers. Excuse me. It's the last line, which is the GM is also instructed to immediately notify the membership through press releases, et cetera, about the closure of the sports court pool in the August-September timeframe for this project to be completed. Personally,
this calls for. Now, I've already heard when the GM was given his report earlier that maybe there's something to do with the surface of the concrete around the pool. We can put this off at least another 5 years. We're experts at putting things off. I want to see it done.
In other words, the GM is ahead of the game, and if we vote for this, so it's possible damage. Wait a minute.
I have a comment.
Go ahead, Sharon.
Do we have proposed bids coming back in time to do these dates, Bob? These dates could they be met?
We have the RFP letter.
But we only have 2 interested at this point. We need 3 for a bid. We have 1 who's abstained, and we haven't heard from the others. Can we make these dates clear, please?
One of the 2 that replied that they have interest, if you recall, one of them said he's really concerned about the time frame.
Right.
Okay, so right now I only have 1 that's firmly interested that believes he can meet the time frame. So we're waiting for the others to come in. Secondly, if you pass this to conduct this work, we're taking no consideration to the rest of the decking for the project, which is fine if that's what the board wants to do. I gave my reason why I felt we ought to figure that out before we spend the money, but if that's not the case, that's fine, but just be aware of that.
If we have a decking problem, why wasn't that in the budget? Why wasn't that in as part of this? Does this just come up? No, the decking is not.
The decking's not in the RFP.
I'm sorry,
Bob is saying, stop me if I'm wrong, that because we might go forward with the necessary maintenance that we managed to not do for 5 years.
Again, on whether we did it 5 years ago or not, I'm telling you that we need to consider the decking as when we're looking at this project. If you don't want to consider it, that's fine.
Why didn't we consider the decking in the
Mr.
budget?
Clark, I'm giving you what I believe needs to be done. I can't give you an answer why it wasn't in the budget.
You know, I'd like to say, look, I don't swim in the pool. We need to maintain our assets. We've got to stop toe dragging projects that have been on the books for 5 years and do them.
Respectfully, if we waiting another 30 days or so to accomplish it, to get a good idea of what we believe ought to be options for the decking moving forward, I think is reasonable. It's not toe dragging, it's the fact that we're looking at getting this work accomplished. I'm just saying we ought to consider that. If you don't want to, then vote to do this and we'll do it as quickly as we can.
Yes.
I am a user of this pool, so I know it does need to be done. And I agree with Marty that it's time to get things done. Marty, what I don't agree in this motion is the time frame constraints you're putting him under without us having all the information back with the bids and with the surface of the floor. I am very much in favor of getting this done, so I do agree with you. I just think forcing it to be done by the end of August is putting undue restrictions on it. So
the motion doesn't say that.
Yes, it
The
does.
motion
It says
says
in late
beginning in late August or whenever the biannual pool purge is done. We have to close the pool for a week, no matter what we decide today. Is that correct?
That's been scheduled in August every year.
We got to close it anyway, Sharon. Let's go ahead and fix it while it's closed.
But I think I'm hearing you say, Bob, is if it's not available in August, it might be in September, or it might be October. Whenever we can get all this information and get it done right. Am I correct? Am I hearing that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Will it cost more to close the pool twice than once?
Well, we're not going to close it twice.
You're
We
going to
wouldn't
have
close
to.
it twice, would we?
You've got to close it in August to do the acid wash and the maintenance that has to be done. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
We don't have any aquatics people here, do we?
Excuse me. Dan, go ahead.
Yeah, I am very concerned about, I don't disagree with Marty that the work has to be done. I think our general manager is moving to get the work done. I'm very concerned about the idea that this motion is putting the board on record as the engineer for this project in terms of writing a scope for an RFP that doesn't include one of the issues that Bob talked about in his report, which is the surround area of the pool, which is directly affected by replacing the beam coping around the pool, which, you know, it's
wait a minute, yeah, we need to maintain our facilities, and we are doing that, I think, a heck of a lot better than we have in a lot of years. This project is on the books, it's moving forward, but for goodness sakes, folks, let's do it right.
Excuse me, Dan.
I just want to do it right.
Dan, the decking is not in the RFP either. He just made it sound like
But this is an issue that's been brought up by our general manager, that this needs to be looked at.
Should have been in the budget. Guys, we can put it off for another 5 years. Call the question. Let's get it. It's getting late.
Mark, just as an FYI, we are putting in a pool at the yacht club. And if nothing else, I've learned a lot. A, don't quote a time when the completion date is. But secondly, the coping matches up with the other decking material. It's what, we're in the middle of doing one now, so I'm trying to be responsible and say, okay, what pitfalls or what things do we need to be concerned about? So that's what brought this, quite frankly, to my attention at this point, to say we ought to consider it. That's all. That was the whole reason. We didn't avoid putting it in the budget for any reason. We're in the middle of doing one now. It seems reasonable to consider it since it was considered when the yacht club pool was considered.
If we don't do it when we close up in August and we reopen in September, when do you think we'd be able to do it? I'm talking about this, the maintenance that needs to be done.
Well, I can talk to our aquatics director and find out if waiting to do the maintenance in September puts us at risk. We actually, 2 years ago, I believe it was, and you can't quote me exactly, we started doing maintenance twice a year when we were only doing it once a year before. So we've been aggressive at taking care of the maintenance as needed, but we're also doing it every 6 months now. We could probably get an extra month or two out of it before it needs to be done. I'll confirm that with our aquatics director, but we schedule it, the timing of it is to get the 6 month windows on it. That's all. There's no, reason it has to be done in August necessarily, and I can confirm that with our aquatics director.
I don't know, I don't understand. The maintenance window is pretty well defined. I understand what you just said, Bob, and you're saying we could postpone the maintenance, just do it once in September, the whole thing, and you have all the information. And what I really don't understand is when you have a predefined maintenance window, and you know certainly that's going to be the target for doing this work, why we're, so pressed for time right now. I'm sorry. That's all right. It's just an aside. It doesn't have anything to do with the question.
I'm going to call the question. All those in favor of this motion? Opposed?
I'll abstain. I don't know enough about it.
More micromanagement. I move that the Board of Directors instruct our general manager to provide the Board of Directors a monthly controller's report by the 13th day of each month.
It says 13th.
That's third working day.
Now, what do
Thank
you
you.
mean by,
Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Take out holidays.
and we
No weekends. That's not a working day.
if you're taking out holidays, you're taking out weekends.
Yes.
You're saying business days.
Business work.
Gotcha. Okay, I want to be sure I was clear.
I'll second that for the purposes of discussion. Discussion.
I mean, we've discussed it ad nauseum. I mean, here's the memo from our treasurer. Does anybody remember why we moved our meetings 1 week later? We moved it 1 week later so we would have this stuff available in advance. Here's the memo from our treasurer to me and all directors dated 9/20/12. I've talked with Bob and Tom regarding when the monthly numbers will be ready for the board going forward. The report will be ready for the board and in the mailboxes the Wednesday before the following week's board meeting. Yeah. I mean, we're just not making those deadlines, guys. Here's the, give me a second while I dig this out here. So stick it.
If I can respond while you're digging it out, we didn't hit it last month, and we told the board through our treasurer it wouldn't happen
because of the timing with the year-end audit. The last month of the year, there is a delay. Typically, we're hitting that time frame the week before with the controller's report. At the last board meeting, I believe we were directed to do it 3 days prior. So,
First off, you made it once in the last 5. We got the June controller's report on Friday afternoon, the 19th. We received the May controller's report Monday, the 24th, for a meeting on the 26th. We got the April controller's report on Tuesday, May 21st, for a meeting on the 25th. We got the financials for March on the 22nd of April for a meeting on the 24th. And then February, we're actually way ahead of schedule. I don't know why that was.
Marty, may I ask, how many days do you think would be fair to have this information for you to do the job you want to do as a board member before the meeting? So are you talking about 5 days? I'm not talking, I'm saying calendar days now, not business days, because some of our meetings are on Saturday.
A week.
So you're saying 7 days, calendar days before the board meeting, you'd like to see the information?
I think when Bill Rako was president, it was a 10-day.
I'm asking you, what would you like?
I
This is your
can live
motion.
with the treasurer's assurance of September 20th.
But each week or each month, our dates change. Some of them are on Saturdays, some are on Wednesdays.
Next,
So my question
there's a
is,
new
how many
board coming
days?
in September,
Right.
and they could pick the first day of the month to have the meeting. This should be simple. Any business that takes more than 13 working days to knock out the month previous financials ain't going to be around very long.
Marty, I don't think we're communicating. Let me just ask it.
I want it by the 13th working day, just like the motion says.
and if I may, it's very easy to say in any business to have the information in a short time frame. There's a couple things I want to make you aware of that isn't written here. We receive the numbers on golf from a third party, i.e. Casper Golf, in their Excel type spreadsheets that get downloaded to us. We have the yacht club numbers and the beach club numbers, which come in using the micro system. Okay? There are just two I can mention off the top of my head. The RecWare system for the aquatic side of the house. So we have multiple software programs that feed the information into our accounting department for them to gather it, for them to put it in the format that we all see it in. They need to manipulate the data, put it in the right format to get it in there. So it'd be easy to say, well, if I was running a business, I could do it. Sure, if you had one line of business and one set of software, you're absolutely right, it could be done. Heck, you could use QuickBooks to do it. But we don't have that. We have multiple areas that feed into it, multiple people that feed into it, and that's why it takes a little time to put it all together for accuracy. That's all. It's not trying to hide it.
Can I get a little perspective on this? I just looked at the calendar of July, and you said holidays don't count. By this motion, we would have received the information on the 18th. We got it on the 19th. It's 1 day different.
Okay, that's July.
I'm just putting a little perspective here.
Look, this isn't huge. It's a set number.
I got the floor on this one for
Go
right
ahead.
now, okay? We just had a discussion on this at our last board meeting, that the Friday before the board meeting is when the financials would come out and be available. We just had this discussion last month. We just held it. Now, this motion is here to make it the 13th day, which is 1 day different than the discussion we had last month. 1 day.
Then vote against it. Call the question that I get home for dinner today.
Okay.
Call the question, for God's sake.
I don't know any problem. Any other comments? All those in favor of this motion? I'll actually vote for it. 1, 2, 3. You vote for it. All those opposed? It's 1 day. 4 to 2. 4 to 2. Can I vote? Yes. Dave. Which one do I have first? I don't know. You have the M09.
M09.
Ah, okay, good.
resolution, new board resolution, M09, candidate search process for OPA board elections for first consideration. Now, what first consideration means is that we can discuss the motion, make additions, and whatever. We already do have some comments, which were discussed by the bylaws committee, and and actually had some very good comments from Teresa Cavatello. The comments are included in an addendum, which rather than work them into the motion, and besides that, the bylaws committee met on Monday, so it took Jim Trummel a little bit of time to get Teresa's comments to discuss it after the discussion. We've discussed the need for this before. And
Hold on a second, Dave, we got some questions here.
Sure.
Whether we got copies of this thing.
I have, Dave, I have the resolution, and I have the two attachments that you put on the original resolution.
But you don't have Teresa's comments.
But I don't have any of the comments
Yeah.
from
Attachment
Teresa
A
or.
and attachment B.
Yeah, I apologize. No, not that.
A and B are what were part of, that's part of M09.
That's part of M09.
Right.
Yeah, what I referred to with Teresa is that I'm afraid I don't have an extra copy because I didn't have time to get it out to the board. It's in a sense, you all have a copy and you'll see it.
How do we have a copy?
Well, you will all have a copy.
Oh, okay.
The point is, you're only voting upon this, or voting for this for first consideration.
That's right.
It'll go on the webpage again. And everybody, I'm assuming you don't want to go through it all.
No, can I just ask one question, Dave? Because I shot you an email with did you get that email? When I sent you my questions on this?
No.
You didn't get it?
Well, I either didn't get it or didn't look at it.
Okay.
I mean,
That's an honest answer,
but no,
okay.
but I can't say. I mean, I can open your emails, but I don't get that.
The only issue that I would like to get well, again, this is a first reading. I don't have any problem with this being a first reading. Go ahead.
That was my question. Is it first consideration?
It's first consideration.
It's a first
Yeah.
reading, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
right.
I don't have any
That's
problem.
per our resolution.
And if you're okay with it, I'll share the rest of the board what I sent you.
I'd like to see it.
Okay, all right, very good. Do I have a motion to second on this motion? Any discussion beyond first reading? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed?
I'm going to abstain.
And abstain. 4-1-1 on that vote.
Okay, well, you're not going to tell me what those things are now.
Who was against it?
There was no one against it.
Yeah, one of you.
Okay, there was nobody against it then.
So it's 5
to 1
five.
abstention.
I abstain.
Just to give you a heads up.
I haven't
sent
seen
it to you.
Teresa's comments. I just want to see.
Okay,
I sent it to you.
all right.
Dave, I just want to see Teresa's comments. That's why I abstain. I just don't know what you're talking about.
I will, yeah. I will email
Thank you.
this extra page to you.
Okay.
All of these.
Fair enough.
All right.
You said it? No. You don't have me then? Okay.
Mr. President, a point of order on this one.
Yes.
Given the time of the year and the fact that in, 3 weeks, 2.5 weeks, this board is going to change, and Mr. Stevens has been kind enough to start this process, but is not going to be able to follow it up, I'm assuming that we can count on the bylaws committee to step in.
Yeah.
Mr. Trumbull is, if I may step aside from the regular order for a moment, Mr. President, Mr. Trumbull is here, and I'm trusting that he will follow up with the board to the second reading and answering any questions and things like that, as would Mr. Stevens if he were continuing with the board.
Yeah, and that's true. Let me point out, Dan, that in fact, this is the committee's work.
I know that.
Not mine.
No, I know that.
I'm only the messenger.
You're the mouthpiece, I got that.
That's right. Okay.
I just want to make sure that given the fact that the messenger is going to change, I want to make sure that we can continue with this piece of work. So that would put Mr. Trumbull and his committee effectively at this table the next time this comes up for discussion.
Contrary to Mr. Steve, as my term doesn't expire.
Yeah, I'm aware of that.
We just put you back in last month.
Yeah, that's right. We can remember a month back.
You're still in the fire.
The next motion is the signs.
Yes. Okay, this was, again, liaison to the ARC committee. I move that we approve the change to section 600 sign regulations as proposed by the ARC in the attached document. And everybody did receive that attached document. I'll read the purpose and effect. The new section was reviewed and approved by the committee. The primary impact is to remove internal contradictions and give CPI authority to issue permits without ARC consent if signs meet the appropriate standards. There is also a provision for the board to establish a fee for the recovery of improperly placed signs. And it is not clear, and I didn't know the answer to this, whether or not the board has already done this, but if not, it is further moved that the board authorize the general manager to set a fee at his discretion.
Do I have a second? Discussion?
Yeah, I would like to use Mr. Clark's rationale on this one. Frankly, I don't know about the rest of you. I had time to start reading through this, and where I could see the black type under the red redactions. And long story short, I haven't had personally enough time to study this to decide whether I'm not willing to agree or disagree with it tonight. I would like to see this motion tabled until our next regular meeting so that we have some time to study it and to actually come back with intelligent comments, at least for me, personally, speaking for myself. So I will make the motion, Mr. President, that's preemptive, and that's that I would move to table for the next general meeting. Do I have a second?
Yeah, I have a second.
I'll just point out that will be in September.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
And, there's another.
Yes, sir.
All those in favor of that
I
motion?
have a question.
Yes, sure.
On these revisions, for example, the open house signs and the yard sale signs and things like this, has anybody done any research, like meeting with any of the realtors or talking with people, what's the problem? I mean, can we do this discussion?
Point of order, Mr. President. A motion to table with a second on it takes priority. If it's not discussable, it's voted on. So we got to vote on that first.
We can't discuss it.
I can answer the question later.
All those in favor of the motion to table this to the next regular meeting? All those in favor, aye. Opposed? None. Abstained? Okay. This is tabled till the next meeting.
Okay. Next motion. I move that the board direct the general manager as follows. And in the case of 28 Briarcrest Drive, pull back the case from the attorney. This is a case that was sent. Let me finish the motion. Direct Public Works to do the property cleanup and bill the customer accordingly. In this particular case,
Read the whole motion, Dave.
Okay, I'm sorry. B, in case of 50 Adishir, pull back the case from the attorney, authorize CPI to issue the permit without homeowner application, and bill the homeowner for any ensuing costs. Direct CPI to send the homeowner a letter advising of intent to take this action 30 days before issuing the permit.
Do I have a second on that motion?
I'm going to second it for discussion.
Discussion.
Yeah,
Okay.
I want to ask Bob, you want to go ahead first?
Yeah, let me go first, so at least I get the purpose and effect. For the Briarcrest Drive property, what this action basically does is we sent this with the attorney about a year ago. Nothing happened. The place is still a mess. It's got mold all over the garage door and the side of the front side of the house. It's ugly. By taking this action, we'll immediately correct the problem. The bill, which may or may not be paid, probably not, will subsequently be added to a lien on the mortgage. But that happens one way or another, but on the other hand, at least you fix the problem for the benefit of the neighbors first. Okay, in the case of the Abershire property, this was sent illegal, even though the shed met all of the OPA regulations, except for the part that the owner didn't apply for a permit. By issuing a permit now and then billing the cost to the owners, the necessity of legal action for this issue is avoided, becomes moot. And again, I think there's sort of a lesson to be learned from both of these things, is that before we just automatically say, okay, to Chris Woodley, hey, take this down to the courthouse, I mean, we ought to look at what some alternatives can be. And I think these are both viable alternatives. I mean, I'll certainly support them. Can I get it, please?
Well, this is a perfect example of where we're going wrong. First of all, we haven't found these guys. These guys happened before I was reelected to the board in August. They've never been found in continuing violation, is my bet. That's A. B, to say that we're going to bill the customer accordingly is a little bit silly. Both of these people are behind in their dues at least 2 years. Now, let's just go ahead and add more money onto that and figure we've done good. Why aren't we suing them in small claims court? These people, we don't have their attention. That for 1 year they've been laughing at our attorney letters. For 1 year they've been taking, promotion funds.
What is the net effect of both of these, of this A and B here? Vote for this, what really happens?
We fixed the problem at the expense of all of the other property owners in Ocean Pond.
That's basically
That's exactly what
how I see it.
And you know what? We need to fix the problem, and I don't have a problem with fixing the problem. But the real problem is the people are ignoring us. Sue them.
Well, let me answer that question myself. In the case of the Briarcrest Drive, if Public Works has to go out and perform work, there is certainly a cost associated with it. I do have to say that in Briarcrest, you're not talking about power washing the entire house. I mean, it's the front of the house, and it's the grass and the weeds that we're kind of obligated to fix anyway. I mean, we certainly have the authority to do that. All it's doing is taking it back from the court legal and just making the problem better. The other one, there's really no cost. I mean, it's fundamentally taking it back from the attorney and basically issuing a permit. Now, we bill for the cost of the permit and issuing the permit, as we would anyway. And that's it. It's not as though, I mean, if you apply, it is putting both of those costs on a lien, or adding it to a lien, which is already, as I understand, pretty big anyway. But it solves the immediate problem.
In these particular two cases, they've already gone to the attorney, right?
Yes.
Not for unpaid dues.
Not for unpaid dues. That's true. This is a different.
This is a different issue.
But they have gone to the attorney for these two issues.
And they're already in there. Stand back.
Yeah, Dave, to your knowledge, is there any reason in number A, the case of 20 Briarcrest Drive, that we can't work in parallel with the attorney, that we can't just go do the cleanup and add the bill to the amount that's sitting there at this point in time?
No, I don't know that there is any reason, but on the other hand, it kind of makes moot the case.
Was that the reason that it
No.
went to the attorney?
No, it went to the attorney because it had a mess.
Yes.
You know, it was one of our strong ECC attorney letters.
Well, Marty's talking about a different thing.
I'm talking about suing them for the $3,460.
Well, no.
Yeah, there are two different issues, and this only addresses the one of them.
Yeah, well, what I'm trying to get to is my inclination would be to separate these two as different motions, because I think that they're kind of issuing the permit and a bill to the owner because he or she has in fact met the CPI and design standards for a shed. They just didn't get the permit. Fine. Here's the permit. I agree with your logic on that. I think that's fine. Get it out of the attorney's hands. But the first one.
Let me handle that issue. Let me handle the motion issue first. Do you have any objection to separating
Separating the motions.
So motion A, motion B. You have any objection to that?
No, I don't.
Who seconded it? You have any objection to it? Okay, so it's now we have two different motions. One is A, one's B.
Yeah. Okay, I would, like I said, I would be happy to support B with no problems. A, on the other hand, if we can do that in parallel, I don't think I'd take that out of an attorney's hands. And I think Marty is making a very strong point on both of them. I was not aware of their fee status, where they stand with Ocean Farm.
Yeah, I can interrupt just a second.
Go ahead.
I don't say we're even with the attorney now. What we've got, right now they're with Chris Woodley
I know.
for these violations, not
Right.
for the fact that we owe them money. We don't need an attorney to have Ruth Ann go down to the courthouse and file.
That's off topic. This motion has to do with CPI.
How do I change his motion to add that? There's a way to do it. Dan's a pro at it. Somebody give me a hand.
Well, it's not a big, I mean, the topic we're talking about, Marty, is one which we've been trying to talk about for the last 3 years, at least me, in bringing up the small action, small claims court actions. That's a different subject, though. In this case, as Marty says, they're both in the attorney's hands. There's no harm in removing that from the attorney's hands. And at least we solved the problem. Now, it's true you're adding a bill to a bill that already exists in terms of we already have a lien. But on the other hand, for a year it's down there and nothing's happening. A year, and the mold and the grass and everything is there. I mean, give the neighbors a break.
Dave, let me suggest this. Since we've already given this to the lawyers anyway, taking it back is basically asking the cows out of the barn. And this isn't a procedural issue going forward. It has to do with these two. If we remove pullback from the case from the attorney and simply say, in the case of 28 Briar Drive, we empower Public Works to go do the work. In parallel, in B, we vote whatever we do. We basically take out this idea of taking it back from the lawyer we've already paid them to do the work anyway.
Well, let me suggest this then. And rather than pull back the case from the attorney, say notify the attorney. We can let him roll back or do whatever he wants to with it. But you tell him we're taking care of the problem ourselves.
Okay.
One comment. While we're talking about Briarcrest, the last time that one was cut, we cut it. And we billed them and they didn't pay us. So
That's correct.
Okay.
But I have other cases, I've been told, there are precedents where in fact we've gone in, did this specific kind of work, added it to the lien, the house was subsequently sold, and we got our money back.
Okay, I'm going to call the question on motion A, which is 28 Briarcrest Drive. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None. Motion B, which is 50 Abbyshire.
Yes, sir. Do this. We should add to this and find them in continuing violation, or we haven't even started the process.
How about making a motion? How about making a motion?
It's already with the attorney.
That doesn't mean a thing. Until the board finds them in violation, you can send them to Timbuktu.
And that wasn't done until something.
I don't believe it's been done.
We don't know exactly what years they're both behind, how far it is, so we can
Marty
vote
just
on
said,
that right now.
Well, wait a
Marty
second.
just said 2 years.
No, it could be 3.
Could be
Marty, if they haven't paid their assessment, it's the same thing. They're already.
Good point.
I'm going to call the question on motion B. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None. Thank you very much.
I'm opposed.
Okay. Appointments. I'm going to try to do them all together if you don't mind. Eddie Thompson appointed to the Environmental Natural Assets Committee. Patricia Suppick to the Budget and Finance Committee. Tom Bickerstaff to the Budget and Finance Committee.
As a real.
And Sandy Reef Schneider to the Clubs Committee. Any objection to any of those appointments?
Is Sandy a reappointment also, isn't she? Sandy and Tom, both reappointments.
Yes, reappointment.
No objection.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Motion to adjourn.
Second. All those in favor?